couple minutes early today because I was impatient to play this, to put it honestly. Now, some of you may remember this game from when I had covered the demo a couple Next Fests back. One of the ones where I was really just quick firing through games. This was one of the demos I spent the longest time on during that. This really resonated well with me. Now, what this is, well, I'll just read off the store page for you because it'll put it more succinctly than I could right now, because it's been long enough that I don't remember all of the beats for this. So I'll read you the store page, and then we'll go into my experience with the demo as we get set up here. So, Thysiastery is a dungeon crawler RPG featuring traditional roguelike and turn-based gameplay. Don't worry about that information yet. We'll get to that when I'm done with this bit here. Command a party of bearers of the brand drawn into a vast labyrinth. Recruit while exploring the labyrinth in hopes of finding a way out, and secrets will be revealed to you as you delve deeper. So, what that all means for you guys, and I can only base this on demo experience at the moment, so the demo experience and what the main game's gonna do are probably gonna be a little different based on the little tiny bit I popped into when I was doing audio balancing. It is going to be a fair bit different, as the demo started you, from what I recall, with a decent amount of party members, whereas the main game starts you with one. You have to find your allies along the way. Now, this is a first-person dungeon crawl akin to a variety of games we've talked about here before, including some of the ones from the previous Next Fest. But you can compare it to things like Legend of Grimrock, Eye of the Beholder, Wizardry, some of the earlier Might and Magics, before they turned to the real-time and turn-based mix that they became. So keep all those concepts in your mind. And a more recent thing you could also compare this to is something like Quester, because of picking up the allies along the way, and the randomized roguelike nature of both of those. Let's get into the plot now, though. 780 years after the Lurkit Declaration, the continent was ravaged by yet another series of wars. Thought I had to read that fast. As the age of oil and electricity eclipsed out the age of mystery and occult, the result was a mixture of old and new, resembling a horrible blend of mustard color. Ugh. On devastated lands, the embers still flicker and fade. People are rebuilding their homes and faith in the future. The waters recede. But the soil remembers the price paid. The entombed dead open their gates and drag down the unfortunate branded. Lost in the labyrinth, laid upon the Thysiastery. I need to look up what that word means, because I have to assume that that is a word. But I should have looked that up before. Too late. But yeah, now you know as much as I do about what's going on, and I only know slightly more than you do about what we're getting into. One neat thing I want to cover before we get into gameplay, though, this is the last thing before gameplay, don't worry, is this overwrite sprite palette thing here. You actually have a variety of palettes for the game. We'll be sticking with dramatic for the actual gameplay experience, but I want y'all to see all of the palettes in case you don't think this palette that is to your liking. You have some that may be a little easier on the eyes depending on your color settings and your monitor settings. You have contrast and brown, which we just saw, grayscale, which is quite literally just everything is shades of gray, chartreuse, which this one's not personally to my liking, but somebody might like this. It does look nice, it's just not my color style. Somber, which is just a little bit off of grayscale. Swamp, which is similar to the chartreuse we were just looking at, with a different mix. Gloomy sepia, which just makes it look like one of those old silent movies a little bit. Low burn, which I kind of dig this one. This one's kind of nice, though there's a lot of yellow. Bliss, which again is mostly in the green and gray range. Magic, which has a lot of purple, so if you like purple, Magic's pretty good for you. And then we have berry, which is, again, similar but has a little bit more red to it. And last but not least, we have green, which makes it kind of look, again, similar to Quester. Quester had a lot of green, just it doesn't have the filter over it. But like I said, we'll be sticking with the default dramatic sprite palette because it looks good and I think it'll show things the best. And besides, for something like this, I would like to show you guys the default. I didn't mention this yet, but I should mention it right early on. This was a key given to me through the service Lurkit, as is usual around here. So bear that in mind when I'm giving you my impressions on this game, that I have received this key for free, and this is essentially an advertisement. But bear in mind the fact that I already liked this game before I received that. So I'm going to be mostly positive about this, regardless of whether I received anything, as long as things work out. There were a few reviews I saw when I was looking through the Steam reviews, because I peek at these things, that were pointing out that there are some scaling issues here and there, where the game just kind of left hooks you out of nowhere. That's kind of something you expect with this genre, so it may just be people getting blindsided by not being prepared for the type of game they're getting into. But we'll see for ourselves here as we go how much that's the case, really, one way or the other. Do let me know if the audio balancing is okay. I did spend time, as I said, balancing it. As you can see here, I did fiddle with these bars a little bit, as the music does have a tendency to be a bit quiet from what I remember from the demo. I made sure to leave that up nice and high, but I can always pull that down as we go. But without further ado, let's get on to business at hand. A throbbing ache pulses through you as the world twists into a kaleidoscope of colors, then fading into darkness. You awaken in an unfamiliar place, a strange brand now marking your body. With a sense of unease crawling up your spine, you begin to explore. And here we are. We are Abed. Now, your starting character is random, because I booted the game a couple times to test that, as well as while I was testing the audio and everything. I also wanted to make sure that the save from when I was testing audio wouldn't stay, as long as I closed the game without saving. His games can be either or about that. Let me take you through the menus before we get too far here. So we got Abed, the Mercenary of Male. 16 Strength, 7 Dexterity, 11 Vitality, 8 Intelligence, and 9 Perception, with the Path of Mercenary. Your paths determine what you can get as you're leveling, from what I recall, and they are random-ish. Like, I believe they're random within parameters, essentially. Obviously, front row is front row. We got Army of Fatigues and Accrued Club to start with. 98 hit points, which isn't terrible, from what I recall. 36 technique points, which is what lets us use skills. We'll talk more about those in a second. Yeah, Strength is obvious, does physical attacks and techniques. Dexterity gives you dodge chance, and some weapon attacks and techniques get better, and your accuracy. Accuracy does matter in these games, so make sure to remember that. Vitality is, as you'd expect, max health and resistance to some statuses. Intelligence is magical weapons and spells. And Perception is critical hit chance and accuracy of attacks, techniques, and spells, because spells can miss. And you will be very sad if they do. So, we got what Abed's skills are. He starts with Lobotomize, an attack to the head that may impair target's intelligence for a duration. Costs 6 technique points and has range 1. And Learn Double Attack, which is exactly what it says on the tin. Takes you a little longer to recover, but you attack twice. So I would assume it's a little more efficient than attacking for 2 separate turns. But you have to balance that around a bit. Die Hard, which reduces the chance of dying from mortal blows, because you don't always die if you hit 0 health. But there's a chance. Chance is a big part of this game. Bear that in mind. If you're not a fan of RNG and chance-based results, you might not necessarily mesh with this, but there are plenty of ways to tip the scales one way or another as you go along, from what I recall of the demo. Avoidance just raises your dodge chance by 15% straight up. Resist electricity, does exactly what it says on the tin. Lead attack. Perform basic attack with a weapon, after which each ally also makes a basic attack. Does not alter the turn delay of allies. That's actually really good. And Tetra attack, a fourfold attack with a long recovery time. So basically just double attack. Yeah, you can learn, develop, and upgrade your skills, though it looks like level 4 and... I don't know if this is a requirement for these or the abilities down here. I'm pretty sure it's the abilities down here that these level requirements are talking about. But if I hit learn, it'll actually give me a tutorial about it too. Allies can use advancement points, AP, to teach or learn abilities. Teaching and learning in progress as the learner gains experience. Only the initiator of a teaching or learning action pays the AP cost. Allies left at camp can also teach each other, though they gain slightly less experience than active party members. Advancement points are earned with each level up. Because that's one of the fascinating things with this game. You may have been concerned when I said that a lot of your paths and such are random. Characters can teach each other abilities, including, from what I recall, passive abilities. So you can actually still manage to make a cohesive team of what you want, provided anyone gets the skill you want to pass around. But bear in mind, they'll be sacrificing their AP that they'd be spending learning other things by sharing their knowledge. So you've got to balance around that. This is one of my favorite things about this game, though, is because I find this to be really clever. And it gives you a lot more options than just having characters that are dedicated to what they are. You can have more mixed characters and a lot of fascinating hybridization by passing around abilities. As you can see here, learn skills from own paths. There would be other menus if we had other characters with us, but we don't have anybody else right now. Develop allows us to develop a new skill from a base skill. I don't recall this being in the demo. So if I pick lobotomize, if I spend 7 AP, I just get a new skill. What is it? I don't know. Something. I will probably be using this a lot if I have... You know, if I don't have things that I really need or want, I will probably be developing. And upgrade is getting your attributes increased. It costs 6 AP to upgrade. So that is worth keeping in mind as well, is you could just make a character better at their numbers. And of course, here's that teaching menu that it was talking about. Items are as you'd expect. Bear in mind what they were saying about the age of technology, essentially, that was happening. Ammo exists. There are guns in this world. But there's also magic. Like, it's a balance of magic and technology that exists in this universe. So don't be too shocked when you see technological things. Now, you control this with WASD for the most part. I think you might be able to do arrow keys as well? Yeah, arrow keys work as well, though you cannot strafe with arrow keys. Left and right rotate you, and forward and backward go forward and backward, whereas with WASD, Q and E rotate, and A and D let you side strafe. I'm assuming this is like most first-person dungeon crawls in that rotating doesn't take a turn, whereas moving does. So you could still just rotate around and do the same thing. It would just take additional inputs. Bear that enter combat button in mind as well. You can enter combat without being in base-to-base contact with your opponent. So if you have ranged attacks, you can enter combat, fling your ranged attacks, and manipulate the situation to benefit yourself. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and actually get moving, shall we? Get this door open. See? Light bulb. Not a torch, a light bulb. What a time to be alive. In a world with light bulbs laying about, but we have a club. We don't know why we're here either. We just kind of woke up here. Hi. You don't seem quite right. You're going to stab me. So how about if I hit you first? Clonk. A bad attack. Soldier dealing 46 impact damage. It was a critical hit. Soldier was caught unaware. I believe you get a guaranteed crit if you're hitting an unaware target, which is why we just kind of rushed the combat along there. Oh, he's got Flash Strike. Ow. So, take how that combat went in mind. This game's dangerous. It does not care. It will kill you. Ooh, we found a push dagger. That might be better than our club, depending on what it is based off of. It might be a dexterity weapon. See, the club is power 20, impact strength, whereas the punch dagger is... This pocket-sized dagger, meant to be used in a punching motion, is favored by gamblers and smugglers for its discreet design. It was so cheap to manufacture that it was issued en masse to soldiers in the trenches. Counts as unarmed. That's actually really nice, that it counts as unarmed. Games go back and forth as to whether something like katars and punching daggers count as unarmed or not. But 35 power, piercing dex. Our dex is awful. But since it's a higher power weapon, it might still be better? Because that is a 15 power increase, but that we have half the dexterity we have strength. So I feel like I might still be better off keeping the club. There's also relics that we'll find as we go. We just don't have any of them yet. We should probably learn double attack. Except I can't. Oh, I think I am understanding. These, I think, lit up because we have access to learning them, but we don't have enough points to learn. Whereas Die Hard is something we already have, alongside Lobotomize. It's going to take a little bit of remembering to remember how the menus work and how it conveys information. So we'll mostly be learning this all together, which is probably going to be better for y'all anyway, because it'll give you a chance to learn how things work without it all just being front-loaded and explained. There we go. Oh, the soldier noticed me, so I'm not going to get a free attack, or at least not a free crit. Bear in mind that it takes time to use the heal, though, because I'm betting that'll be important in combat. We found a bayonet. No gun to go with the bayonet, but you know what? The bayonet's still basically a knife. 35 slashing dexterity. Why is every weapon dexterity? That is such a shame. It'll be great if when we get a second character. Okay, we've also found a staff now. Betting that's not going to be great for us either. Oh no. A plain wooden staff has reach from the back row, power 30, impact strength / dex, so it's both. That's actually going to be better then, because its power is higher than ours, and it does at least work off of one of our good stats, so that should work out. That's another soldier. I'm gonna check this. Ooh, there's another soldier in there too. Let's heal before we enter any of these other combats then. Oh, we don't have any more bandages. That's a shame. Is one flash attack and we're SOL is why I'm being a little cagey here. Can I avoid you noticing me? I don't think I can close before you notice me. Actually, no, we did close the distance. He's a rifleman, so I'm assuming he would be more dangerous at a distance, so I'm glad I closed the gap first. Rifleman's caught unaware. We did 68, so the staff is definitely the better choice, and he's already out. Perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Okay, that's all nice looking, but it's not helpful. Ascending further will prevent returning to this level. Are you sure? I do not want to leave yet, then. Because we'd be passing up whatever's in this room over here. He already knows I'm here. You'll notice he attacked me as I approached. This could go very poorly for us. Ooh. Okay. We're still fine. We're still in. Just didn't go great. Ooh, a pipe. That would probably be a better strength weapon. Really was hoping to find an ally. Yeah, 35 impact strength. Piece of X machinery, though useless for its intended purpose, it makes a decent bludgeoning weapon. Since that's a higher power weapon and it's pure strength, we'll go ahead and use that. And down we go. Party comes across a tall mural masterfully depicting 3 cloaked figures. Looking closer, there seems to be movement at the mural. The figures' fingers twitch, their eyes gleaming with hopeful glee. They appear to be a band of branded ones, a warrior, a mage, and a healer, trapped in the stone for who knows how long. Try to pull a figure out of the mural? Oh, I'm betting we get to keep a character of a specific type. Let's pull a healer, because we need a healer. With surprising ease, you manage to grab and tear them free, but something within the mural reacts and the stone hardens, sealing the other 2 permanently. There's nothing to do but leave them to their fate. Somber but grateful, Resu joins your party. Doctor from Nabasi. Might be Rousseau then. Hard to say. Got a claw hammer, some clothes. They're a thaumaturgic healer and they can learn another path. But they have Dex Plus, Heal, Dust Blast, and Vertigo as their immediate options. They can learn later Banish, Life Bloom, and Debilitate. Okay. Well, you have good dexterity, so I can give you either the staff or the push dagger. Since you're gonna be in the back row, take the staff. It's good that they have an actual heal spell. Because otherwise, we were gonna be up a creek without a paddle. Use the spell. There we go. And it's only 4 technique points to use, so that's not too bad. And it's interesting that they can learn another path. I assume they can learn the paths of other people that are in the party, basically, so he could learn the mercenary path, for example. And yeah, Abed can now learn a path too, so he could probably learn Thaumaturgic Healer. Could be very useful, but let's not worry about doing anything like that yet. We've already gained massive increased potential here, considering we now have twice the party size that we had before. Player 1, as above, so below. The music and everything really gives me, like, Lunacid and other Kingsfield type games feels as well. Especially when it does that. Okay, we'll go ahead and just rest. Noticing Reso's shaky hands and vacant stare, Abed decides to keep them occupied with idle talk. Down the hole we go, onto new territory. A lot of plants here. And paths we cannot cross, but we can see through. See, I was half expecting to be getting shot at, is why I'm kind of, like, quickly looking around as I'm moving forward. I would rather know it before I get shot to pieces. Fenwich robes. That be good for you? Definitely better armor value. Robes of a Fenwich. A few bullet holes tell the story of their former owner. Ben witches were the first to hear the agony of the spirits, and using toxin magic, next they tried to drive off workers intruding upon the sacred forests. Ultimately, their efforts were in vain. Still, that lingering magic suffuses these robes, granting immunity to poison and empowering poison attacks. The immunity to poison will be nice, and that is very good armor value. And as is tradition, let's keep the healer alive, shall we? Which makes nothing but sense. As long as the healer lives, everyone else has a better chance. Here. Soldier. Let's get into combat with him post-haste. Whack him with a stick. Whack him with a pipe. Whack him with a pipe again. There we go. You see, this is the advantage of having two party members, is we can now rush these soldiers down much more efficiently. So before they even have a chance to respond, we can just get out of these combats. Raising our odds of getting good results without everybody dying. Die. Die. You'll notice he actually moved into a favorable position for us. I assume they go looking around. Nope, we got somebody locked in a cage here. The party comes across a trap of some kind, a small cage with an occupant inside, luckily still alive. Who are you? They vaguely recall some creature stuffing them in this cage and told them to wait for the promised hour. The prisoner within the cage seems to be alive. Yeah, we'll go ahead and break you out. I need party members. You managed to break the lock, but cause a small commotion in the process. Relieved, they join your group. So we now have Ace, who is a captain of he's a Thracian orator. They've got a club, army fatigues, much like Abed does. Boosted perception, they can encourage, which restores focus to a target. They have double attack available. Vicious thrust available, and they can also learn lead attack, heavy press, and boost ally. So that's pretty nifty. They have 12 strength, 9 dexterity, 8 vitality, 9 intelligence, and 12 perception. We forgot to talk about those stats. 9 strength, 15 dexterity, 7 vitality, 10 intelligence, and 12 perception. Can I, like, move you around? No. Okay. So, they are in the order that they appear, which is fine. You can still have people be front row, back row. I just would have rathered have my 2 front row be over here. Basically just go front row, back row, from left to right. But it's fine. Considering you've got a crude club, let's do better for you if we can. Now the hammer's dexterity. And we don't really have another better strength weapon on hand. So yeah, you'll just be making do with the club for the time being then. Less of a roll for initiative and more of a, don't get caught before you get into the fight. Right around here, Lark. Like that guy, he noticed we're here and already took a chunk out of Ace before I could activate combat. But how you doing, Lark? Let's go ahead and get Ace healed before Ace gets killed. Hit you with double attack. Wow, this Grenadier hits hard. Now he's weak to crushing, though, it seems. And that's that. That's a level up for Ace, which is great. That gave you 1 more advancement point. Do I even want to do anything with that right now? Because you can't learn any new moves from that. Not at the moment, anyway. You certainly can't develop anything with 2 points. So yeah, we're just gonna have to sit on that for the time being. Yeah, this is a dead end. You know, actually, my comparison to Might and Magic is actually a little more accurate to later Might and Magic games now that I think about it, since things can act out of turn before combat's activated. Thankfully, fights that are 3-on-1 still go in our favor. Go ahead and have you use your heal. It is important to remember that people can be told to forget moves, because I believe there is a finite amount of space for techniques. So it is worth keeping in mind that you may be better served getting rid of moves you're not going to use. Can I get close to you without you noticing? Nope, he figured it out. Oh, he's a sharpshooter. I probably shouldn't have activated combat from this position. Yep, he's targeting. He didn't shoot yet, though, so we've got at least a little bit of time to potentially get rid of him before he shoots. He looks pretty strong, though. Let's just hammer him with everything we've got. He chose to switch targets instead of shooting. Good for him. Yeah, it's understandable there, Lark. Just accept the mush life. It's fine. Okay, so that sharpshooter encounter went better than expected. Sometimes you gotta do that. Jaeger noticed you. Don't like that. Don't know if he I don't think things forget. Oh, he wandered. Oh, he was sneaking up on us. He's over there now. There we go. I wanted him to close the gap as he was going to attack if I moved forward. I don't know what his attacks are going to be based on, so sure, lower his intelligence. Ooh, piercing is his weakness. Good to know. I don't have any other piercing attacks other than lobotomize, but it's still useful. Nobody ever said you had to stay even at 80 E-streams there, Ernatra, but it's good to see you're still here. There we go. Everybody gained a level from that. This is true. I can't tell you what to do, but I can make suggestions. I mean, I could, like, kick you out, but that's not really telling you what to do. That's just making something happen. Why is there a thing here? Something important? Probably not. Just make sure that this isn't something vitally important. Oh, okay, it's just a duplicate. Yeah, I know you will be, Nadra. That was just an example of things I could do. There are many things in this world that I could do. But now, speaking of things I could do, now that Abed has 3 points, I could actually teach him a new move. So let's get him a double attack. Bear in mind, characters don't learn things immediately in this game. They have to gain experience while learning their new ability. Natra has just kind of popped in for a little bit as well, so you may have just happened to miss when Natra was here. People come and go as the day goes, you know how that is. You may have also just not noticed. Also always possible. So I'm gonna hold your AP for the moment because I don't really want your attack spell because you're gonna be focused on healing. And you already have double attack, which is gonna get used probably more often than Vicious Thrust. Yeah, exactly. I think we'll bank Ace's points as well. Because we might be able to put those points to use, like raising their stats instead. The party finds a container or is sitting all lonesome. What could be inside? Unfortunately, it's locked. So getting whatever's inside is another question. So we could try to pick the lock or we could try to break the container. Knowing how these kind of games work, trying to break the container will probably destroy what's inside. I mean, 4 or 5 months is a pretty long time if you think about it. I'm gonna go with trying to pick the lock. Rousseau fidgets with the lock for a moment and manages to get the container open. I was banking on trying to pick the lock being a dexterity check and the break it open being a strength check. Since we had somebody with good dexterity, I figured picking the lock would work. Found a vitality charm. Assuming that's a relic. Yeah, a charm that increases vitality. Yeah, that does exactly what it says on the tin. Well, so your vitality's the worst on the team, so you take that. It's 3 vitality, okay. That'll be great for keeping our healer alive. Considering one of the things I was planning on spending his points on was getting more vitality, that's actually very helpful. What's this? You find an ornate stele. Its surface carved with hard to decipher symbols. Will the party spend time trying to decipher its meaning? You know what? Why not? The dead, uncounted. The washed away, but never gone. Trampled into soil, buried over one another. It took a long while to understand the stele, but the party feels oddly inspired. Everyone gained an advancement point. 8. This door's already open. Don't like that. We'll come back to that in a minute. Doors that I find that are already open tend to be a big concern, because that means something or somebody else opened it. There we go, pop the lock, and we found a tome. Shard Volley tome, okay. This is the other thing, tomes let you learn new skills. Yeah, you're both fairly frequent lurkers, so you probably just were both lurking at the same time a fair few times and just never happened to talk at the same time. Shard Volley could be really nice. That sounds like a strong attack. But I don't know if I want to be burning more technique points right now. Nah, I think I'll hold. I'm betting it'll probably cost the same amount of advancement points to learn from a book as it would to learn from your path as well. Lurkers are the only reason streaming even works, so it's very important that y'all are hanging around. Brass knuckles, huh? That is better than a club, and it is a strength weapon, so there you go. You enjoy punching things, Ace. You go have fun. Okay, now we'll go check that mysteriously open door. And it didn't close behind me. That was the other thing I was expecting, was it was just gonna slam shut behind me when I walked through it. That is another way to engage combat, by the way, is you can just slam your face into the enemy, and I forgot that. That's why you saw the combat stop and start there. Because I went to hit the combat start button, but the combat had already started. Wham. Could hit him with double attack, but let's save the TP because he is gonna just die from a regular hit. There we go. These basic riflemen really aren't a concern too much anymore. Some sort of horrible old reptile-like creature is poised behind a table, wrapped in a variety of frayed clothing. Its snout pokes through the pile of garments, its tongue flicking at the air. It speaks. "Thyso, welcome, lambs. In peace, invite you to trade." Sure, we'll do business with you. Let's see, we could get a Blood Magi talisman for our Fenwich robes. No, I'm not gonna trade either of those. Because I don't want the targeter synapse badly enough to get rid of my vitality charm either. And adrenaline just wakes up an unconscious ally in exchange for a pipe. That I'm kind of tempted by because I don't think there's that many ways to bring unconscious people back. Because that's an important thing to remember, is going to 0, I believe, knocks you unconscious as far as health goes, and going into the negatives is where you die. So having a means of bringing somebody back from unconsciousness is actually huge. That's also our best weapon. I'll get back to you about that. Next time, then? Slink away now, back in shadow. Meet again later. With that, the merchant disappears into many shadows of the labyrinth. We'll run into the merchant again in the future. I forgot that they leave if you don't make the immediate bargain. But it's okay. Those trades weren't things that I was particularly enthused. Huh. That's just called a pile. Okay. I mean, that is what that is. The pile is weak to impact. Good to know. That's most of what I have, so hit it really hard. There we go. Abed has now finished learning double attack, so we've got that going for us. And nope, that's combat. Can I look? Yeah, there we go. M. I wanted to look at a larger version of the map. So that goes up, that goes down, and we've seen the whole floor. That's what I wanted to know. So on the note of the whole lurking thing, I can't help but notice that Twitch has been doing funky things with lurker numbers again. Oh, he shot twice. Yikes. Thankfully he missed. There we go. Yeah, there's really not anything to do about what I was just saying there with the numbers. It just is a thing I noticed because people were appearing and disappearing out of the list a lot more, while still being quite literally actively chatting, and it's like, huh, that's bizarre. Still don't have anything else really to make use of here. Just doing a gear check before we went too far. Some kind of train station. Oh, I was hoping to be sneaky and sidestep before he noticed. But it makes sense that in an open field he was gonna notice me standing over there. But doesn't matter. He is dead all the same. Dampener scroll. Okay. Not sure that would do me any good. Wow, you've got good eyes. We can barely see him and he already noticed us. These guys are much more attentive than the last set were. Doesn't matter, because 3 against 1, they're still going to lose miserably, but, you know. Don't like that. We'll come back to that idea in a minute. Clobber this rifleman before he has a chance to act. Mystic Pendant. Sounds useful. Looks like we're gonna have a boss fight before we can do much else, though, so... Or at the very least, a strong enemy fight of some kind. So, Mystic Pendant. A pendant with an inset jewel that seems to draw power from its surroundings, reducing the cost of magic skills. Ooh. That's actually a problem. That too is something I would like to put on Rousseau, considering he's the only one that's using magic on the team. That said, the only magic he's using is healing magic. So it doesn't much matter at the moment. Nobody else's intelligence is high enough for me to be like, yeah, I'll just give them Shard Volley and then give them the Talisman. I appreciate that, Natra. This is why I try to narrate as best I can, because I know people have lives and people have a lot to do, so they can't be staring at it the whole time. Ah, okay. The Dampener Scroll applies Dampener to the whole party, providing resistance to physical damage. That could be very useful. Ace probably has enough AP for this fight. I was debating restoring his TP, but he has 19, and his only real attacking move takes 2, so Unless this fight goes for 9 rounds. Probably fine. No, it's just a mess of corpses. Yikes. Stitched Together notices you. Listen to that music. Okay, not weak to impact damage. Yeah, it really is recycling. Let's hit it with Lobotomize. Okay, it's summoning minions too. Just crush that before it becomes a problem. Just keep mashing double attacks into it. Ooh, yeah, it hits hard. Heal Abed, or you get clobbered. That's the Necromancer way. Heal Rousseau. Yeah, Rousseau's turns are just gonna be healing now because one hit from this thing puts somebody in death range. You'll notice Rousseau got 2 turns in a row there. Turn order is kind of funky sometimes. Oh, it's summoning more. It must be hurt. Oh, wait. You know what might be happening? I think it's not summoning them. I think I'm knocking them loose. So it's just dropping bodies off of it as I'm hitting it. I'm breaking the stitching. Oh, that's bad for me, actually, then. Because that means me being as aggressive as I was is why I'm now about to have a real problem. Heal Abed again. We need to get rid of that Grenadier. Is the Grenadier hits as hard as the boss just about. So if we don't get rid of him quick, we're just gonna have worse problems. Level up for everybody. Abed's in more danger at the moment. There we go. Boss down. And nobody died. I also miscalculated because double attack takes 5, not 2. So that was almost a disaster in and of itself, considering Ace and Abed both nearly ran out of AP just mashing double attacks away at everything. And the heals almost ran out as well. But we got through it. And with even more levels at our disposal, we do have 6 points on both Rousseau and Ace. I probably should at least use some of them. Ah, Life Bloom. Applies Bloom to the target. When Bloom expires, the target is healed for a large amount. That could actually be very, very important. Because a delayed heal could actually do a lot to help. I'll think about it. And also... Heavy Press could be good, because you have solid armor with the Army of Fatigues with 40 points. Lead attack... Lead attack's expensive, though. But let's not start committing to anything yet. We don't have to. We're doing fine with what we have. We can always learn techniques later. Yep, we're down on this floor, so down we go. I'm assuming there's going to be a fire as well. Yeah, there's a camp right here. This is the area I remember from the demo. This is where we stopped when we were doing the demo before. The floors are the same, but the overall progression layout so far seems to be different. So I think Stitched Together was in the demo, now that I think about it. Yeah, there's the fire. While resting, the party notices someone at the periphery of their campsite. They seem to be lost, like you, and ask to join your group. Despite some reservations and suspicions, it would be monstrous to turn them away. They join the party. The more the merrier, as they say. Let's go ahead and rest. We're in the Phantasmagoria of Rot. Abed feels their throat particularly irritated by all the rot and pollen in the air. Yeah, I can relate on that. Oh, Phantasmagoria. I read that quickly and thought it was a different word. So Tessay's joined the party, a physician. So we have 2 healers. You've got a claw hammer. That's not really gonna help you from the back row there, bud, but it's also all you... Why you're... You know what,
Rise from your grave.
I will rise from my grave, but I'm not gonna ask why they're running around in pajamas. Here, take some real clothes. We'll figure things out from there. Let's see, you have Heal, Taunt, Mystic Spark, which raises all magic attack, Invigor, which cancels out frailty and increases vitality, and Renewal Stance. While active, healing skill costs are doubled, but targets of heal skills receive increased healing for a short time. And their current active ability is Combust Poison. Magically ignites the poison within the target, violently purging it. That sounds like it could be used to heal, but also does real grievous harm. So I'm kind of here for that. Hi, Clyde. I see you've got a 5-stream streak going too now. Excellent. Appreciate y'all all sticking around as much as y'all have been. Okay, so we got 2 healers in the back row, 2 bruisers in the front row. Would really love to have some kind of damage dealer, but... Actually, yeah, we could give you an attack spell since you have Mystic Spark. So you could get boosted attack damage that way. And have you just be, like, primarily an attacker, but a healer if it comes down to needing 2 heals. That is an idea. Let's find out if these tomes need AP or not. Okay, nope. It doesn't take any advancement points to learn from a book. It just gets put in their extra skills and they learn it. Okay. It'll take some fights for that skill to be learned, but that's still helpful. Now, from what I recall of when we were in this area in the demo, this is where the game gets really, really mean. So we gotta keep our head on a swivel and watch out for all kinds of nasty things. Like those flies, and how many of them there are. How about we don't? How about we go the other way first? Dog. Notice how there's another monster just right around the corner there? This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say this area gets a lot nastier than the first one. The enemy density gets much higher. So you're not just fighting 3-on-1 because you by now have a full party. Wolf notices you. Of course he does. There we go. I baited him into coming around the corner. There's no poison on him right now. No, you can actually hit with the hammer from back there. I guess the staff is probably just better at hitting from the back row. Ow. Why did it get to attack so much? So Abed's unconscious immediately. Oh, the wolf used double attack twice. Yikes. So this took a real bad turn. Oh, and he's bleeding while he's unconscious, by the way. So, you know, that's wonderful. So this is really, really bad. Oh, and it didn't die. Yeah, see, he's still unconscious, even though his health went up. This is what I remembered. That's why having an item to cure unconsciousness would have actually been very, very important. Tessay is also unconscious now, so that's fucking wonderful. Resisted the bleed, at least. This has suddenly taken a really bad turn for the worse. Oh, and it's still alive, and we are so boned. This is so over. Rousseau is the only one not unconscious, and there's 2 monsters. I should have ran. I should have ran a while ago. Now everybody dies. Because they just get to attack freely since everybody's unconscious. The labyrinth is sated once more. And now you're kicked back to the main menu. Because bear in mind, this is a roguelike at its heart, so you don't get to try again. You mess up, you're back to the start and you're doing it all again. now we have modifiers, and we can start with a custom character instead of a random one. So we have Touch of Chaos. Monsters are given a random additional skill. Grievous Wounds. Wounds carry attribute penalties. Each injury carries a legacy. And no auto map. Get that pen and paper out. We're gonna go ahead and just begin normally again, because I don't really want to do custom character yet, because we've not really seen that much of what the game has to offer. I did not expect to get bodied that hard that fast, though. We had survived that area pretty well in the demo. Got Joseph this time, a psionic, an Esper from Armadine. So that's interesting. Also, a bit of a rough start if you think about it, considering their physical stats are all horrendous. They know Femur Breaker, Subtlety, and they can learn Cauterize and Diagnose, which reveals the current health of the targeted creature, which would have been very helpful in that wolf fight. I assumed the wolf was gonna die much faster than it did, which is where it all fell apart. So let's see, Femur Breaker, an attack that may hinder the target's movement. Okay, they mean that literally. Fair enough. And Subtlety reduces the likelihood of being targeted by attacks. Works great when you're not the only one here. Oh wait, we are the only one here. Look at all those sprites dancing. Look at them go. For being a psionic, they're not really learning anything psionic until level 4. Then they get Mind Blast and Telekinetic Weapon. I mean, considering you said at a specific number, it at least sounds like you can keep track. But it's like I said yesterday, you can just say something confidently and people will assume you know what you're talking about. It's what I do best. Break his femur. Wow. I broke more than his femur. And we found a pipe immediately this time. I mean, this guy's dex and strength are the same at being not great, but it'll do. Looks like the lay of the land is mostly the same, except the enemies are different. Because we've got a pile in here this time, which is fine because the pile's weak to our attacks. Downside is piles are energy drainers. You'll notice our technique points got taken. Bayonet. For variety's sake, since your stats are the same, we'll go ahead and use the bayonet. Some of the other things might be weak to slashing, so it may be worth using that. Though I probably could also switch weapons based on what I'm looking at. Like, that's a pile in there, for example, so we'll go back to the pipe for fighting him, because he'll be weak to the pipe. Oh no, that's a soldier. I stand corrected. I did not mean to enter combat, meant to back up. Let's try slashing, see if they're weak to that. I think they were weak to piercing, though. Ow, flash strike. Thankfully, he did miss with the flash strike. 2 more bandages. They understood what they gave me. They understood they gave me somebody who can't fight very well, so they're just giving me all the bandages to make up for it. Yeah, since they're not weak to the bayonet, let's go back to the pipe then. Make sure I wasn't just remembering wrong. Because maybe they were weak to impact. No, they aren't. That was just a crit from ambush. Another bandage? I swear the game's just like, you know what, this guy's just kind of bad at not taking damage. Let's just give him a bunch of bandages because he clearly needs them. And I'm not sure if I should feel seen, disrespected, or just happy in general. I feel like all of the above is true. Because we have 6 bandages where we had, like, 1 the entire run last time. And of course, same as before, we get to choose a class for a party member. We do technically have a heal in the form of Cauterize, if I learn that. Actually, no. Cauterizes the target's wound with flame hindering healing, so no. Some games roll Cauterize as a healing move, and some have it be this. So, never mind. That doesn't work the way I want it to. We do have a bunch of bandages, though, so I could change my plan here. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if Thysiastery is a real word. It sounds real-ish, but I didn't look it up, so I don't know. Let's see. Because the thing is, I could get a warrior so I could have somebody stand in front of our psychic. There's the link for the game, by the way, in the first of the 2 auto posts there, if you want to check out the store page for yourself. I didn't get a specific link this time, so I'm just making sure the store page gets put out. The title of the game, Thysiastery, it sounds like it could be real, but I don't know. We don't need another mage because we have the psionic, even though their magic attacks aren't super prevalent. They do still fill that role for the moment. And I feel like getting a healer right now would backfire because we have nobody to stand in the front of the party. So we'll take the warrior. Wolf joins the party. Let's see. They're a soldier. They started with just clothes despite being a soldier. They did start with a pipe, though, so that's good. They have mental breakthrough. Purges all mind-type conditions and amplifies the next magic attack for each one removed. That would make sense. Considering the way this game is, that would make perfect sense for that to be both the origin and the definition they're operating off of. So you can learn double attack, avoidance, and you have scavenger. Ooh, extra chance of finding items on slain foes. This man is officially my favorite character. He gives me more things. Favorite character right here. Best character ever. And you can learn triple and tetra attack. So yeah, no, I'm very pleased. Let's move Joseph to the back row now. For safety. Exactly. Stuff. All the stuff. So much stuff I won't be able to fit it in my pockets, except I think my pockets in this game are infinite. Now there's a stash, so maybe pockets aren't infinite. I'm gonna do science. I'm gonna put the ammo in the stash. In their dream, Wolf can almost taste their favorite dish from Yol. Well then. Yeah, the overburdened life. $104 HP too. Not too shabby. Now, with a human shield leading the way, try to pick the lock. Without know-how or nimble enough fingers, the group will have to leave this lock unpicked for now. Okay, so it is a dexterity check and it needs to be above a certain amount, probably like 10. I'm gonna leave the container alone and not break it. Oh no, it has to be higher than 10 because you have 11 dexterity. Might be 12 then. We had somebody with 15, so it could even be 15 is needed. But I feel like that would be awful high for chests in the first area. This is a fancy door. The imposing frame of a thaumaturgically sealed door blocks your path. Frantic warnings are etched on its stony surface. Foreboding, yet undeniably intriguing. Okay, so it is randomized somewhat of what is in the world. It may just be like the space the level takes place in might be the same, but what's placed on the squares might be different then. Or just the first level is static, which is possible. The party studies the seal and finds it breakable, but breaking it could lead to great reward or ensure the labyrinth becomes their tomb. Let's hold that thought for the moment and go get the third party member first. Because I think we get them on this floor. If we get them at the same points we did before. Trusting their instincts, the party turns back. Yeah, because I can just interact with that door whenever. So let's at the very least go look around more of the floor, get other stuff first, and then come back to the scary door. There's a... There's a monster in the box. You can just see his arms sticking up out of the box. You can't see me. I'm not here. I'm invisible. Totally sneaky. Not seeing anything. Look at this. Look at this guy. Can't actually click him into the box either, but I can get him with the auto target. There we go. And we found a leather jacket. That'll probably be better than your clothes. Armor value 50. All right. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We just opened a couple boxes, found a scary door that we left alone, and now we just found a leather jacket after beating up a pile that was hiding in a box. That's all you missed. Nothing too big. You know, I think the tiles are completely different, actually. This is not the same layout we had last time. Hi. Perish. There we go, level up for both of them, and another bandage. Proving once again that you don't need a healer if you've got enough healing items. 2 boxes in a room, huh? Yep. Had a feeling there was gonna be a trap associated with this of some kind. You can't fool me, video game. I'm not that stupid. I'm only kind of stupid. 2 ammunition. Nice. 2 ammunition in that box as well, and a street sweeper. Wait. Yep, that's what I thought. Street Sweeper, a clunky old shotgun with an exceptionally wide spread designed to clear swaths of the trenches with indiscriminate fire. Ignores armor. When we found a bunch of ammo, I'm like, there's a gun around here, isn't there? And ta-da, the Street Sweeper's a shotgun. Go ahead and hold on to that there, Joseph. Since you're in the back row. We may pass that along once you actually have things you can use from the back row better. What's up? Yeah, we've got 4 shots of the Street Sweeper, so let's not use them recklessly. Ow. I say as I immediately watch Joseph get stabbed in the face. Well, that's what those bandages are for. Turns out a simple bandage fixes face stabbing really well. Don't question how, it's fine. The details don't matter. The fact that there's 2 doors basically on top of each other there is interesting. Oh, another box that I can't open without breaking it. Yet. I'm really convinced that breaking it's gonna lose me some of the reward. There we go, we found the poor soul locked in the cage. Let's try talking to them again. They recount how a mark appeared on their body, from which a searing pain shot through their whole being until they eventually blacked out. When they came to, they were here. So, different story than the last one, which is interesting. Okay, we got Dingo, who's got 14 strength and 10 dexterity, a cyber martial artist. With no armor and no weapon. Do you have a benefit from that? When armed, increased damage based on level. Okay, but you don't have a benefit from not having armor, it doesn't seem. their best skill at level 12 is proton cannon. I would just like to note. Just got a goddamn Kamehameha down here, apparently. Okay. You know what? Sure. And no weapon for you because of the fact that you are a martial artist, then. Though, you are only level 2. It may be better to give you a weapon for now, and then once you have a higher level, give you back your regular hands. That might be a better call. We'll try the empty hands first, see how much damage they do, and if they don't do a lot of damage, we will give them a strength weapon. We do have that crude club just sitting there. It depends on if it's a calculation of like 10 power per level, or if it's like 5 power per level or something. If it's 10 per level, then it's the same as the club. If it's 5, it's worse. It's that simple. They do at least have a heal, so we do have a healer on the party already. And they have cleave, which will hit all the enemies in front, which will be useful later. 58 technique points, which is good to see. Lots of vitality, lots of strength, good perception. Intelligence is kind of bleh. And dexterity's not high enough to open those boxes. So we're probably gonna have to bust some boxes. They probably got attracted by the busting we were doing. 27, I think, is fine. Yeah, we definitely attracted all of the anger from busting Dingo out. Guess we're just gonna have to break boxes then. Or we don't have enough strength to do that either. Well, it's gonna depend very heavily on if we can get 6 advancement points on someone in order to get enough strength then. What that means is I was talking out of my ass earlier, saying 15 was gonna be too high for it to be the expectation at the beginning. That's exactly what they're expecting. Is 14's not enough to break a box open? So more than likely is a strength or dexterity check of 15 each to do either of those. And since it's 6 points to raise his stat, we're gonna have to spend his first 6 points on the ability to open a box. Hi, Grenadier. How about you don't? How about you just don't? Thank you for not. There's another level up, but remember, levels are only 1 point each, so I think it's just gonna be impossible for us to do anything with those boxes, unfortunately. Unless we find something that gives us AP somewhere again. Because we did find that Stell in the previous life that gave us 1 point. Or something that raises stats. Anything that would raise strength or dexterity would work as well. Hey, more bandages. Didn't we leave the scary door somewhere? Or yeah, because that was all the way back at the beginning. Ooh, hello. You stumble upon a shrine that clearly hungers for a small sacrifice. A faint presence in the shrine, barely lucid, promises strength, offered only in exchange for the tiniest amount of lifeblood. Reach out and touch. Who will commune with the shrine? Well, if it offers strength, go ahead and touch it, Wolf. Wolf staggers and inhales sharply after placing their hand on the shrine. The shrine drains 1 vitality and deals 17 damage. Wolf gains 1 strength. The shrine kept its promise. The shrine seems more alive than before. It promises even greater strength, now accompanied by a clearer sense of bloodthirst. Notice how the text was changing as it filled in the strength part, by the way? Yeah. We could get more strength. Have a look at your stats now. Yeah, you have a clearly detrimented vitality, but you do have 15 strength now. At 11 vitality, I'm kind of tempted to try it again and see if it took 2 points and gave 2 strength instead. But I probably shouldn't. We could have Dingo touch it, though, and see what happens. Dingo has 14 vitality and can spare it a bit better at that point. So you know what? Sure. Go ahead and touch it, Dingo. Dingo staggers and inhales sharply, same. 3 vitality and dealt 36 damage, but gained 3 strength. Something stirs, fully awake in the shrine, its bloodthirsty voice echoing in the air, offering even greater strength. Will anyone dare trust it? Nope. We got what we wanted out of that. Our 2 frontliners, though, are a little worse for wear, both down to 11 vitality each. But 17 strength is pretty nice. That should help quite a bit for dealing some damage out. And we can at least heal the damage that's been done if we really want to. It's not enough damage for me to be too concerned at this exact second. I am gonna go bust open that box now. Oh, it looks like enemies repopulate as well, because there wasn't a rifleman here before. 70 crit and a 39 punch gunner uniform. That sounds better than clothes. Yep, 50... Ooh, gives a chance to not consume ammo, though. I think I give that to you then, Joseph, and pass your army fatigues on to Dingo instead, then. Since Joseph has the shotgun. Still, that was actually really useful. And if monsters do repopulate, that means there might actually be a reason to just kind of hang out on a floor for a bit of extra time. He may have also been in this hallway, though, and came wandering by because I was making noise. There's another guy over there, though, and pretty confident I was there already. Smash! Dingo manages to break the container open. It seems smashing the container works just fine, as long as the contents don't share same fate. Found a leather jacket. Well, that's already an upgrade from those army fatigues. Only I hold 10 more armor, but 10 armor's still armor. What's up? Get wrecked. 2 more ammunition. I'm betting those soldiers probably drop primarily ammunition and bandages. The bandages because they're an early enemy, and ammunition because they're soldiers. So I anticipate the riflemen probably drop more ammo. Grenades, you say? To shreds, you say? A throwable mass-produced fragmentation grenade, somewhat dusty, but otherwise functional. I'm assuming that's going to be a throw it in combat and enemies go boom, so that'll be helpful. And we have more trade fodder in case we find the serpent trader again. Go ahead and bust this box open too. Found a winter coat. Is that better than a leather jacket? No, it's the same. Coat insulated against the cold and thick enough to offer some protection, built to withstand the brutal winters of Niln, but stifling in milder climates. Yeah, I suppose you could just grind then if enemies do just appear as you're traveling around. If you're trying to, like, work towards something in particular. Is there anything else left on the map? There's this path over here still that I could look at. I'm debating the scary door in case people are like, but why are you doing what you're doing? Because we could leave without ever having looked at the scary door here, but obviously I want to see what's behind it. But there's these 2 paths here we haven't looked at yet, so let's look at those before we do that. Because I have to assume that the way that door is gonna work is there's a chance there's really good stuff behind it, but it probably has a very awful monster behind it. So rather than just blindly opening it, I would rather prep as much as humanly possible before doing so. Case in point, got another grenade and got some more levels. Let's go ahead and heal Dingo. This dingo is very hurt. Okay, bandages do cap at 50, so that's worth keeping in mind. So they're the same as the heal spell, really. Just with a finite quantity. There's the shop. What do you got? We can get a pick in exchange for the grenade, which is a 50 power strength weapon, so that'd be pretty good. A trench gun in place of the street sweeper, so just a better shotgun. A well-maintained short-barreled shotgun capable of hitting tightly packed enemies with a single shot. Or the awakened tome in place of the gunner uniform. And that same adrenaline for pipe trade as before. I think we can only make one trade in case people are like, well, why don't you just take all of these? I would love to, but I'm pretty sure you only get the one. This pick is a very big upgrade from the pipe, though, so I'm gonna take... Oh, no, I can make multiple trades, so here. I'll take the adrenaline because the pick is gonna replace that pipe anyway. And... we'll go ahead and take the trench gun street sweeper trade as well. We won't take the tome for gunner uniform trade. I would like to keep that. That is, thanks, lambs. Slink away now. Goodbye. Really should remember to talk to them first before doing the trades. But, you know, too late. So there's a pick for you now. Going to do significantly more damage. And a trench gun instead of the street sweeper. So I'm assuming the street sweeper would be massively inaccurate and the trench gun is more accurate. Is why I made that trade. Could go for Mind Blast or Telekinetic Weapon. Now here's the thing. I don't know if Telekinetic Weapon loses the weapon. That's the concern. Because it seems too good to be true, if you think about it. Because it doesn't cost any technique points, but you're getting to do a ranged attack. And the logic of this depends very heavily on whether the psionic in question could keep hold of the weapon after it's thrown forward. Because you have to imagine, keeping a mental grip on something when you're hurling it forward probably isn't very easy. So I'm thinking I'm going to take Mind Blast because it has a chance of causing ailments as well. It's just a very expensive spell is the only problem. Actually, no, before I go into any of that, since I have the shotgun for range right now, let's take Diagnose first. Oh, and those cost more points anyway, so that wasn't happening right now. I didn't even think that tier 2 skills would cost more. I didn't even think about that. I should have, but I didn't. And since we no longer need to get you that strength point, we'll go ahead and grab double attack. Am I gonna get you? I would love to get steel. So I think actually we'll save up to get Dingo the steel ability. His items are going to be what saves us. Almost guaranteed. Okay, this all just led back to where the shop was. Still, it was a good thing that he did that, because we have an adrenaline shot to bring back an unconscious character now, which would have potentially solved our problems in the previous run if I could have gotten away from the wolf. Which I think you can outrun enemies in some cases. I really should have tried that more instead of just standing there and taking the death. But I also wanted to demonstrate things. Hey, another gunner uniform. Real shame that I didn't make that trade before. We could have had the tome for Awaken, which might have been a revive unconscious as character move. Bonk. A cutlass. Now that sounds right up my alley too. That is a strength plus dexterity weapon, and it's a 45 power weapon. A versatile single-edged sword of good make, the cutlass is popular among officers as both a weapon and a status symbol. You know, since it's strength plus dexterity, we'll actually give that to Joseph. The argument could be made to give it to Dingo, but I'm still operating on the martial artist idea of doing barehanded attacks with Dingo. And I'm figuring 9 plus 9 will make Joseph much more threatening in melee. 15 plus 11 would be much stronger, but Wolf already has the pick, which is piercing and takes full strength. So, I think that's fine. When I become more comfortable with Joseph not doing melee attacks, the cutlass can be passed on regardless. It's time for the sealed door. Break the seal. With effort, the seal breaks, and the door gives way. You know, I said there was gonna be a monster in here? Wasn't expecting a tank. Don't know why I wasn't expecting a tank, but I was not expecting just a fucking tank to be on the other side of this door. Okay, game, you got me. You got me with this one. It just is a tank. Well, okay then. Did 100 damage with piercing to the tank. Obviously, it's not weak to piercing. That just makes sense. I should have healed before going through this door, I just realized. Beamer breaker. Okay, it's slowed down. The tank is hamstrung. With what hamstring? You know what? Don't worry about it. Fire the trench gun. 94 piercing. Nice. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, that is bad. That hits 3 times. Joseph. Use a bandage on Dingo. And then Dingo, heal yourself. Since Dingo was down to 2 hit points, it kind of made sense to double heal there. Wolf, go ahead and just patch yourself up right quick. Yep, that's what I anticipated. Man alive, we're on the back foot here. I tell you what, you know what's good against tanks? Grenades. 131 impact. Okay, it's not weak to impact either. It must be weak to something non-physical then, which would make sense. It's a tank. Dingo also got 2 turns in a row there, threw the grenade and healed, so that was nice. Joseph, keep yourself alive. How'd you miss a tank? Oh, it didn't even miss, the tank dodged. What did it do, just like drive away slightly when he took a swing at it? The hell, man. Another well-timed heal. Keep yourself safe. Really wish we had figured out diagnose, because I'm really wondering how much health this thing has left right now. Oh, it just shot Joseph 3 times. Okay, and then it died. Learn diagnose after the fight ended. You'll love to see it. Anyway, time to use that adrenaline right now. Wakey wakey, Joey boy. On the bright side, still got experience, even though they got knocked out, so that's helpful to know. And now we'll actually know how much health things have, which is huge. Oh, hey, your vitality's not injured anymore. I'm assuming it's because it went back to its normal level, but I'm not sure how. Yours is still negatively impacted. Maybe they gain stat points when they level? Yep, it's a sealed box. Break it open. Warlock's Quill. What the hell does that mean? It's not a relic. Oh, it's a weapon. A quill wreathed in a mystical force capable of slicing flesh. One's magical aptitude influences its strength. Some magi carry these on their person for self-defense. It's an intelligence weapon that does piercing damage. So about that cutlass... You take this now, Joseph, and the cutlass now goes into its proper hands in our fighter. That is a much better idea. I'm glad I used that grenade, though, because I feel like if I hadn't thrown the grenade, we probably would not have survived that encounter. We did get 3 boxes for this, though, a dexterity charm as well, and a silent dagger. Assassin's Dagger. This straight dagger prevents enemy skill activation on strikes. That's really good. It's a shame I don't have anybody with enough dexterity focus to make that a particularly good choice. Though I could put the dexterity charm on Dingo to bring them up to 13. But their strength is way higher than their dexterity, and they're martial artists, so that's just not the one. I don't want to give up the cutlass because strength plus dexterity just seems so good. I think we just disregard the knife, but still give both the dexterity charm because of the nature of the weapon they're using. That's got potential to be big. So close to being able to steal. Just 2 more points. I am a little sad that I didn't open the other boxes first when I realized that box was locked, though. I absolutely could have just lockpicked the box and might have gotten a different reward. Look at that health bar. It's gone. It's nice to actually see health bars now, though. Because in games like this, information is king. The more information you have, the better you can do in a fight. Because you can actually make informed decisions instead of guesswork. Also, that double attack that Wolf learned after the tank fight would have also been very big for winning the tank fight better. We've now seen this whole floor, though, so it's time to go. Why is there still... Oh, that's because that's the scary altar, the one that was eating people's life and giving them strength. We're not going to take the 3rd hit on that. And it's boss time. After we clear this place up of the extras. Level up. And a steel knife. A tome. A book. What does the book teach us? Vertigo. We've seen that skill before, and I wasn't that excited about it. So I think that's a book that's going to just stay there in book form for the moment. Oh, bear in mind, Joseph has a wound. Chance to survive a mortal blow, 65%. Each time a character's health drops to 0 and they survive, they receive a wound. This reduces their chance of surviving the next mortal blow. Wounds heal slowly over time. So, for example, somebody without a wound has 95% chance to survive a mortal blow, it looks like. So you lose 30% right off the top off the first wound. You don't get that many second chances. Especially if you need them often. Yeah, steel knife is just slashing dexterity 45. Okay. That's pretty good, though, if you had somebody with high dexterity. I would much rather use the assassin knife we found, but that's still good. You walked right into my trap. Perish. 2 ammunition, thank you. Combat armor. Hello. 80 armor value. Yes, please. Arguably, I should have put that on Dingo instead. But I'm now considering the idea of having Dingo be harder to target more and more as we're going here. Speaking of, before we go fight Stitch together, we're gonna heal everybody to full. I do feel a bit better about this party overall compared to the last one. Aside from the fact that this party is lacking in special attacks. They're better equipped in terms of items, but they're less equipped in terms of skills. That's the trade we have here right now. But it's boss time. Let's get this done. We did actually manage to sneak up on it somehow. So let's hit it with a critical double attack then. Ooh, almost 200 damage. Like a fifth or... yeah, not quite a fourth of its health in one go. That's pretty good. We do have Cleave, which will be good for when it starts spitting the bodies out. Yeah, see, I hit it and then a body popped off. Let's see if the shotgun... no, the shotgun is targeted. You know, you have a chance to not use ammo, though, so just blast him anyway. Use Cleave to finish off the pile. Keep shooting. That's a lot of damage to Dingo. Get rid of the soldier. Keep shooting. Yeah, it seems to be like phase-based. Like, it takes a certain amount of damage. When it hits a certain threshold, it spawns units. So these two, I think, spawn together every time anyway. Still have focus, so attack. Rifleman. Wow, that did not do nearly as much as I thought it would. We need to get rid of problems. Actually, the boss is almost down, so just finish him off. We can deal with the Grenadier at our leisure. Or for the most part. It's interesting that the music stopped and everything as soon as the boss was gone. Oh, you threw a grenade. You spiteful little shit. He blew himself up to try to kill anybody he could before he went. Oh, that is so mean. Why am I healing? There's a campfire coming up. It's also so jarring to go from the kicking music of that boss fight sudden silence. While the party sits around the campfire, Joseph notices a shadow skulking amongst the rubble. A dog! What is a dog doing here? The dog has a collar with a little bit of dried blood on it. Otherwise, it seems to be healthy. It might be a hunting dog. Its owner is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it's already met with an unfortunate fate. We could offer it scraps or pet it. We could shoo it away, but I'm not doing that. Let's offer it some scraps. Joseph offers the dog some scraps, what little the group has. The dog eats them eagerly. Poor thing probably hasn't eaten in quite a while. Sylph joins the party. Pet the dog. Joseph pets Sylph. She wags her tail contentedly. Very good. So the ammo's still in the stash. I'm gonna pull that now and leave a crude club instead. Is what I wanted to do by putting the ammo in the stash is I wanted to see if it was in the stash in the next life. That's what I'm curious about. So we're actually gonna leave a couple things in here, or now, but I want the ammo to use the shotgun. We'll leave a couple pieces of armor in here as well. Keep the majority of our other things in case we get good trades for those. We already rested, because that's how the dog appeared. So Sylph, what can you do? You have 6 strength, 20 dexterity, 7 vitality, 6 intelligence, and 17 perception. Can't use weapons or armor because dog. Can use relics, so hang on, I need to know. This is a dumb idea, but I need to know. Yes, you can give the dog a shotgun. We're not going to because Joseph's gonna keep the shotgun, but it's such an incredible idea just picturing dog with shotgun. Let's see. Follow-up attacker has a high chance to perform a follow-up attack if in range when an ally targets an enemy with a skill. Die hard, so they are less likely to die from a mortal blow. Double attack and avoidance and slam are all active already. Other moves she can learn is adrenaline rush and strategic hit. So that's nice. You have enough points to learn steel now, so learn steel. And you both have 4 points. It might be a good idea to teach you avoidance. Triple attack would be very nice, but I think avoidance is going to save your life. And I just don't know if Cauterize does damage as well. It feels like something that would do damage. But since it hinders since it says only that it hinders healing, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna save your points. Oh, we didn't actually heal though, so let's rest again. Because it probably was interrupted rest. Wolf obsessively goes over their equipments, trying to push away an uneasiness rising from within. There we go, now it is at full health. Door's barred. Okay, so it's a one-way door. Nice looking building with no doors. Lots of windows. Yeah, it's just a building with no doors. Okay. There's a fly. Doesn't seem to have any friends, so let's fight it. So I've tried to follow that up, but didn't succeed. Did succeed the second time. We've got spirit powder. Nice. Oh, hey, there's the stele we saw before. Let's see what happens when we try to decipher it this time. Dedicated to a dead world, suffocated by its bloom, retribution for all. Took a long while to understand, and everybody got an advancement point. Hooray! And he learned steel in the process. Nice. Wasn't sure that was gonna count. Oh, right! These rot blobs are invisible. Unless somebody can spot them. Like, I believe they're invisible until they attack you, if you don't spot them. Actually, these follow-up attacks are stupid good. This is very helpful. Oh, we have somebody in a cage here. And I think I can have more than 4 people. They describe how they became lost in this place, wandering aimlessly until they triggered a trap that left them in this cage. Sure, come on out. So, who are you? Horn. You have Avoidance, Heal, and Atrophy. You can learn Arc Strike, Hemo Gift, Distract, and Mass and Slow. Not bad, not bad. You are a healer. The worn knife and pajamas. I'll have the armor fatigues in case you end up being put to use. I don't really have any weapons to spare for you, though. But at least now we have a spare body in case the worst happens. Gnome Wizard. I walked up to engage it in combat and, that happened. It summoned a Mothman. I see. Thankfully, Mothman's not that strong, apparently. Get back here. Oh, the wizard was already acting, though. Get back here, you. What did you... Oh, you cast Frailty. Okay. Okay, he had nothing to steal. Oh! Thieving triggers follow-up attack. Incredible. So we can just mug things, steal from them, and then let the dog eat them. Incredible. What am I? That looks like a unicorn. Some kind of zebra unicorn. No, it's just really thin. I think that's just bones. Which, that's concerning. Come on and slam. Okay, that has a lot of health. Yeah, I didn't think it had anything to pilfer, but you know what? I gotta check, right? Found medicine. I'm gonna assume that's just a better version of a bandage. Oh, the stash is for people that are at the camp to use, I guess. Okay. And yeah, heals minor amount consumed on use. Okay. Good to know. Why is this still here? Already spent some time admiring the stele. Hooray. Gotta admire the artwork. Oh, there's a bunch of bad around this corner. Wasn't so much trouble here before, but I'll take it because it's experience. There we go. I do think this still abides by the usual things only move when you move. You know, getting real tired of turning my head and finding a Mothman. It's just a hell of a thing. I'm gonna sidestep and just fight the wizard first, though. Because otherwise he's gonna be a little pain in the butt and run away. So let's just not give him a chance to run. Hey, we pilfered some medicine from him. And he's dead. How about Mothman? Mothman got anything in his pockets? Nope. What this means, though, is since one gnome didn't have anything to pilfer and then another one did, that means I'm gonna have to check every encounter, because that means it's not a guarantee. We could learn Mind Blast now. Or we could do a funny and try to develop something. Oh, I could actually have developed something off of Femur Breaker for only 5. The smarter play would be to learn Mind Blast, probably, but I'm gonna try to learn something based on Diagnose. I'm curious to see what'll happen. Developing and Analyze from Diagnose. Interesting. So I guess you can kind of figure what you're gonna learn based on what you're developing from then. So like if I develop something... Oh yeah, they thought of that. If I develop a move from follow-up attack, it costs 11. They know that you would want what you develop from that. Go ahead and develop something from double attack. Flash Strike, okay. I made the right choice there. We're getting some good moves from this. I'm assuming Analyze is going to be useful. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Marsh Skipper. Oh, I shouldn't have walked up to you. That's on me. Wolf's also slowed, which is awful. Go ahead and slam him. Who's got anything in his pockets? Nope. Nice. That wasn't so bad. Huh? Oh, it got an attack off as it died, I guess. I thought for a moment it poisoned us or something, and I got very concerned. There's another one. It wasn't too bad a fight, but it was one of the few that lasted a bit and actually got some attacks off, so we don't need to deal with it. We're not gonna deal with it. Or at least not without seeing if we can sneak up on it. Okay, that just loops around. We didn't do everything we could over here. There we go. Lie down, 1 to go. Nice and easy. Yeah, there's the marsh skipper again. Yeah, I figured it was gonna notice me by the time I closed the gap. But there wasn't a better space to close the gap on the other side of it where we were before either. Vial of Azoth. That sounds interesting. Ew. Oh wow, that slime hurts. Dingo is unconscious. Dingo is the one healing, so that's really bad. Removes all negative status ailments on use. Let's see if that counts unconsciousness. Apparently not. It also apparently didn't count the slow, which is interesting. Or it bugged and used it on somebody I didn't tell it to. One of the two. Either way, that's less than helpful. So I think we could rest at the fire again, and maybe that'll fix the unconsciousness? Question mark? Uh-huh. At the very least, I'm going to try that, so I don't burn resources needlessly. Wait. Oh, unconsciousness, I guess, just wears off, because Dingo is no longer unconscious. So that's good. It's suddenly much less pressing to have those adrenalines than I thought, but... let's rest again anyway. I'm assuming this causes monster repopulation, though. Warren frequently feels that the burden of keeping everyone safe rests solely on their shoulders. Yeah, the ones sitting at the camp? Yeah, clearly everything is on your shoulders, bud. Yeah, I assume the longer you spend on a floor, the more the monsters are going to repopulate, is basically the logic. At this point... which, again, letting them repopulate's not actually a downside. Hello, demon. We dealt with you before and it went poorly, but it's time for revenge. Because you don't have a friend behind you this time. And we have our own dog. Yeah, wow, we are just rinsing this thing compared to last time. Okay, so what does Analyze actually do? Examines the target, revealing information such as attributes, resistances, and skills. Okay, so we can just actually see, like, their full stat sheet. That's neat. Not as helpful as I would have liked, and I feel like I had that in the demo, and I should have remembered that, but, well... that might tell me weaknesses, though, which will be useful. Hey! You're wearing a gas mask now. That's concerning. Oh, in the shadows, our slinker, scavenger and merchant of trinkets. Got many goods for you. Has been here long, very long, Reptile responds. So about to trade thing? Let's see, 3 ammunition for our gunner uniform. We can get a makeshift flail in exchange for our pick. The alertness tome in exchange for a grenade. Tribal furs in exchange for the cutlass, or medicine for the pipe. We'll take the medicine pipe trade, and we will take the alertness tome trade for one of the grenades. The rest of these are not really things I'm willing to trade. Goodbye. I like that merchant. Merchant is very helpful. Does lead to some mild questions, but you know. Up block. Beast Claw. Weapon. Metal claw-like weapon fitted over the knuckles. Counts as unarmed. Oh, dingo. There you go, buddy. A 50 power weapon to make your punching way better. No longer impact, which might be a downside, but that is stupid useful for you. I think I didn't get much of anything else now. Not particularly. Alertness. I don't know what alertness would do. I'm assuming alertness is a passive, Because it would be weird to have it be an active skill. So I'm not sure who I want to put that on. If I'm even going to put it on anybody. You know, the Sylph would probably be the most alert out of this group. Here you go. Learn that. That skill cannot be taught, okay? You cannot learn alertness, so... Wolf, you're getting alertness instead, then. What am I looking at here? Wandering something. Wandering Rotcap, okay. It's got a lot of health. Nothing to pilfer either. And it casts Vertigo, which reduces dexterity. Okay. That's fine. Things like that wear off, as far as we've been able to tell so far, so I'd rather it do that than do any actual damage. Yep, see, it's already worn off by the time we get focus back, so it's totally fine. Debuffs only matter for the combat they happen in, unless there's, like, multiple combats about to happen. I don't like these long hallways. I keep expecting to just get blasted by something as I'm walking down these long straight lines where I can't dodge. Okay, looks like we're done here. There's the barred door we can't get past, which is interesting. I wonder if there's like a secret passage around there somewhere that would have led into it. But for the purposes of what we're doing here today, since, as a reminder, this was a key given to me through the service Lurkit to show off the game, I would be better served by showing you more of the game rather than focusing on that spot, I would figure. And since it's been a little bit since the auto message popped up, I will pop up the store page myself right quick using the Lurkit command. So there's the store page for those so inclined if you've been enjoying what you're seeing. Because I'm certainly having a grand time with this. Lucky coin. I'm going to assume that's yep, that's a relic. A brass coin of a bygone age. It feels lucky. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and wear that. You're the one trying to steal and everything, so a lucky coin seems right up your alley. Immediately vertigo, huh? Okay, that's fine. Hit you with focus double attack. Steal. Got some spirit powder. Neat. Okay, they hit really hard when they do attack, so let's get this thing off my screen faster. There we go. I was taking that one a little bit easier, because it's like, it hasn't done anything dangerous, really. It just keeps using debuffs and then not following up on it. And then it followed up on it and bad things happened. Ah, the flies over there. Oh, there's a lot of them. And now there isn't. Self-gained a level from that. And no more flies. Oh, there's another one of those pedestals. Chain shirt. That'll probably be better than a leather jacket. Ooh, 110, but it's heavy armor. Let's go ahead and put that on you instead of the combat armor then, Wolf, and we'll pass the combat armor on to Dingo. Joseph's still lacking in the armor department, but we don't have anything else to pass down. Hungers for a small sacrifice. It promises dexterity, offered only in exchange for the tiniest amount of lifeblood. Do I want to give anybody more dexterity, though, on this team? I don't really have too much of a dexterity focus going right now. Because don't dare give up any of Joseph's lifeblood, otherwise I would happily do that to get some physical stats on our psionic, since they still don't have a lot of abilities to use. Sylph's dexterity is already ridiculously high compared to the rest of her stats, so there's no reason to do that here. Dingo doesn't have much dexterity, but considering that skyward strength by comparison, they'll always be using their strength. And Wolf's fairly balanced, but kind of needs their vitality at this point to stay alive, I would say. So I think we're just leaving this alone. Oh, and there's the automated message popping up with the store page. Well, it's fine. There's also apparently a spot behind that, so that's interesting. Assuming I can go around to the other... maybe not. I found an axe. There's an enemy over on the other side. Brain Basher. 65 power, impact strength. Smash, break, bash, bash, crack open, bash, bash, bash. And of course, simple woodcutter's axe. Power 50, slashing strength. Yeah, the cutlass is still just a much better idea for somebody who has pretty much equal dexterity and strength. And the Warlock's Quill being an intelligence weapon is just a better choice for Joseph, so we haven't got too much of a use for these new weapons. If the Brain Basher was higher power than 60, yeah, I think it was 60, right? Yeah, 65, I would use it. But with only being 20 power higher, actually, no, if it's directly applying the stats, then the Brain Basher's actually better. Is if it's just directly applying the stats, then we're only gaining up to 59 from dexterity and then adding strength. So this would actually be 6 points stronger. We'll go ahead and actually pivot to the Brain Basher then. Wait. Oh! The Brain Basher lowers intelligence and raises strength, so yeah, that's even stronger. It's a good thing you're not using your brain at all there, bucko, because your brain's gone. There's a very big concern attached to that, though. If this game lowers stats, and 0 is a death state for stats, this could be very dangerous. Because for those that don't know, there's a lot of games of this style where if a character hits 0 in a fair amount of their statistics, they die. Especially something like intelligence, because they just would cease having brain function. So that's a potential concern. I don't know if that happens in this game. That is a concern. Since the ads are running, though, I'm gonna keep looking at stats and thinking about things, so you don't miss anything too exciting. I was gonna do my usual, I get up and do a couple things, but I don't have a reason to get up at the moment. So we aren't gonna be running off. You have gained some more advancement points as well. Could have you teach somebody heal. That is a thought. Like have Born teach Joseph to heal. Oh, except you can't learn from people that are in the camp. Okay. Right, because the people in the camp can teach each other, and the people in the party can teach each other, but people in the camp can't teach people in the party, and vice versa. Right. Yeah, and as you can see, since Wolf's learning something right now, Wolf's busy, so can't teach anybody anything. We can take a peek at what alertness does, though, before it's done. Increases the chance of spotting hidden things, so that's actually useful, too. And yeah, you could just learn heal from Dingo. So, doesn't particularly matter at the end of the day. That's a point. Is there anything I want you to learn from somebody else? Could learn double attack. Can't learn flash strike, even though that would be nice. You can learn subtlety, but I think I would like you to learn avoidance. So learn avoidance from Sylph. Sometimes you teach the dog new tricks, and sometimes the dog teaches you new tricks. What the hell? What am I looking at here? Honor. Okay. Well, when in doubt, if we don't know what it is, kill it. Nothing to pilfer. Wow, yeah, that was a lot of damage. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We're fighting whatever this is. It's called an Ana. And I'm just hitting it with things until it stops moving, as is tradition. There we go. Alertness has been learned. The only other things that you missed while the ads were running is I had Dingo start learning avoidance from Sylph. And we learned what alertness did, which is increased spotting of hidden things, so it'll be good for spotting those hidden enemies. This work. Okay, yeah, you can learn anybody else's path. So I could have you become a psionic, for example, but we're not gonna do that. I assume learning their path probably teaches, like, gives access to learning all of their moves. Unless, it would be interesting if it gives you a re-randomized pool from the moveset of that path, which might be the case. We will experiment further with that as we get more AP to work with. Because, again, this is the thing that really caught my eye with the game, is the amount of build variation you could have by teaching characters what each other know, rather than it being only the one character's pool that each character can use. Allows for some mixing and matching instead of single pool variety, or games that like let you just pull from all the classes in the game, but you have to like retrain and do things like that. Which, those are also a lot of fun. This in particular works quite well, I would say. Okay, that's what that notification was. I am keeping an eye on something specific, because I have a particular raid target in mind if things end up lining up. There we go, avoidance has been learned, so Dingo has increased dodge. His increased dodge just seems like a good idea, with how vicious things are. The party comes across a large mirror with a shallow plate in front of it, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. It has an ominous aura to it. Like the surface of the mirror, is a gate somewhere unreal, yet still within reach. Leave something in front of the mirror? Sure. Select the offering. I wonder if this is gonna duplicate what I put here, or if we'll get something different. Is that's what the logical assumption would be from placing something in front of a mirror, is that you get a mirror image of it, which would be a double. Tell you what, I don't have much attachment to the Vertigo tome, so let's try putting that in front of there, because if I do get something different, it might be a different tome. The tome is placed on the plate. Its reflection looks unnervingly solid. Carefully, a party member reaches into the mirror and withdraws the reflected duplication. It seems like a normal mirror now. The reflection's behaving as expected. Let's not break the mirror. That's bad luck. So, did I receive a duplicate of the tome? Or did I? Yeah, I just got a duplicate of the item. Okay. Exactly what I expected. I wasn't sure if it was going to be one of those, you got another copy of it, but it's weird. Or something along those lines. And yeah, we do only have so much inventory space. I just noticed the inventory number. In case you missed it. It's right there. I just literally didn't look high enough to spot it till now. We have 6 spaces left for inventory. So stashing things when we're at the fire is more important than I would have thought. Oh, Jaeger. Interesting that an earlier enemy is here. Stole a steel knife off of him. And he's dead. Just took the knife right out of his hands. Mine now. Warhammer. Neat. Now that right there also qualifies as a brain basher, I would say. Ladder leading up, so that's worth keeping in mind. Let's see. So you have 5 advancement points, you've got 3, you've got 1, 5. What's that Warhammer? 50 power, impact strength, meh. Just a standard basic hammer. Could have you learn another person's path. The fact that people could learn Hound is very funny to me. Wolf could learn to be a dog. That seems incredibly fitting on so many levels, but also weird, you know? I'm not sure how to feel about that. But if it gives availability of follow-up attack, so more people are just doing attacks when other people attack, I'm kind of into it. Let's find out how that works. I said I was gonna wait and learn about that with other things, but no. That realization has made this a great idea. Whether it's actually gonna be a great idea, we'll see. Found a steel knife. So I'm assuming steel probably has a chance of like taking something from its drop table, essentially. Sometimes you just get unlucky. Nice, another level up for everybody. And you're still learning the path. So we'll look at that when I see the message pop up for that, I suppose. Another box. It's locked. Not anymore. Robes of the Arch-Magi. Ooh. 30 armor value, ancient dusty robes that brim with great power beneath their plain exterior. Curiously familiar symbol of a triangle within a circle is etched into the fabric. Greatly increases spell power and reduces their cost. I wish I had actual spells. That would be so good if I knew actual spells. That's 5 points to learn a new path. Yeah, we'll stay in gunner mode for the moment until such a time as Joseph gets an actual attack spell. In theory, I could probably use that to make healing spells better? Or at the very least, make the healing spell cheaper? Which is something I was thinking about. But that would be such a big compromise in defense that I wouldn't risk Dingo doing that. I don't trust in avoidance enough for that idea to work out, you know? Okay, that was just a nothing. Kinda figured. And a tree man. Ah, it's a Spriggan. That makes sense. It was caught unaware. It has a lot of health. Got some spirit powder. And as expected, it is weak to slashing. So it is now dead. Okay. You did not learn follow-up attack. Oh, then again, duh. Follow-up attacker was a extra skill Sylph had, not a hound skill, so that wouldn't have worked anyway. This does prove, though, that you learn a random assortment from the pool that class has, because you'll notice this wolf gains Slam, Femur Breaker, Resilient, Mental Breakthrough, Strategic Hit, and Hasty, instead of Avoidance, Double Attack, Slam, Adrenaline Rush, Strategic Hit, and Shooting Star. So that's good to know. That means if you have moves that you know a path can get, that the one who has the path doesn't have, or you just want a double of that, you can have somebody else learn the path then. So that's very, very good information. And you unlock the skills at the same levels, regardless of if it's your secondary path or not. It's also neat that he learned one skill for free. He got Mental Breakthrough. Ooh, for free, it looks like. Was he the one that had it already? And it's just down here now. It wasn't Mental Breakthrough up here? Huh? Yeah, because he doesn't have his first thing that was there anymore. Interesting. So I guess only things that don't fit into something you could potentially have had count as extra skills then? Kest Walker, huh? Cest, Kest, I don't know which way that was meant to be. Almost looks like a cyst, which is why I want to call it Cest, but I don't know. Nothing to steal. Stunning Strike also does a ton of damage, noted. Good thing we got out of the fight when we did, otherwise this would have been awful. Heal again, please. Thank you. Okay. I think that's... No, not quite everything for this floor, because there's a little bit over there still. So we'll go have a look at that, and then we will head to the next floor. Aha! It's the trader. What do you got for me today? I'm not trading my gun for ammo. Are you joking? Bronze shield in exchange for the Arch Magi robes is tempting. Tome for a bandage is absolutely a joke. The lance for a grenade is tempting because that's 70 power per strength weapon. We'll take that. But we don't have grenadiers to farm for grenades at the moment, so we probably are out of grenades now. Gunner uniform for poisoned blades is tempting. Because we're not really using the gun too much. Nor were we getting that many results out of using the gun in terms of not using ammo. Thing is, it is going to end up being a bit of a downgrade because he's going to end up either on the leather jacket, which is the same armor, or the Arch Magi robe, which is lower armor. But I think we'll make that trade. And away they go again. Make sure to give you new armor. Yeah, because that's a 20 armor down. We'll give you the leather jacket, and once you learn some spells, we'll put the robes on you. Poison blades, though. Why I teach that too? You have more extra skill space now, so I think you're gonna be the one that learns it. Yeah, sure. We'll find out what that does once he learns how to use it properly. 'Cause I'm wondering if it's like you attack with a poisoned blade at the time, or if it's a you add poison to your attacks for a bit type deal. Ow! You can attack at that angle, huh? That's a shame. Ow! Stop that. Rather than stealing, heal Sylph first. Get rid of the rude thing. Ow! What? What? It attacked as it died. Or, no, there's a bunch of question marks that hurt us. No. No, it says question marks, but it is clearly the Cestwalker that attacked. It's so weird. This whole getting hit with spite moves thing is getting real annoying. What am I looking at here? Blue. Yeah, you know, that checks. Ah, it hits the whole party. And it does poison and bleeding. Oh, I hate it here. This is why you don't walk into an enemy. You let them come to you. Oh, it has cleave. This is the worst timeline. I should have had you heal so you'd get rid of the bleeding. Oh, and now Dingo's also poisoned. Great! Heal yourself, just so you're not bleeding out. Okay, the poison stays as well, which is wonderful. Every move we make is taking damage from poison. But thankfully the poison wears off pretty quick, it looks like, so it's not horrendous, it's just a little rough. We've got a lot of healing to do after that encounter. There we go. We're running out of heals, but that's... How much do I bet this well would have healed me, and I'm about to be very upset. Clear water drips slowly from a spring into a small basin, which threatens to overflow. From its pristine surface emanates a sense of soothing purity. The party can rest here to heal and refresh themselves, but the scarce, slow drip of the water means they can only use it once. Let's examine it further first. The basin is of ancient construction, with unrecognizable symbols embellished around it. The spring is barely a spring, just a faint drip of the clearest water. Yeah, we'll go ahead and rest here then. The water is chilled to the touch and slightly sweet to the taste, lifting the party's spirits as its surface recedes down to the basin. Fully refreshed, the party watches as the basin's mossy bottom is revealed for the first time in years. Yeah, it gave us back technique points as well, so that was still worth it. If we really need to rest again, we can go back to the campfire. But we're also leaving this floor now, so this was the perfect time for something like that to have shown up. Now the question becomes, do we go down or up? We don't get to go up often. We've been going down this whole time. I'm gonna try going up. Hi. I'm gonna keep checking to see if things have stuff to steal. Ow, you have cleave. Upsetting. Gonna heal that bleed away before it causes unnecessary harm. Oh, this is how you get into the barred room. Also, one of the few times you ever go back to a floor you've been to, is it tells you you can't go back. Like when you go down the trapdoors at the very least. Huh. Well, that's neat. Didn't accomplish anything because it just led to nothing, because we already cleared this floor out, but that's cool. That's good to know. That means those points of no return aren't always a 100% guaranteed point of no return. You see, descending further will prevent returning to this level, but we just return to the other level. That's something great to see when you first arrive somewhere. Just a silently screaming tree. Isn't that lovely? Oh, we're surrounded by them. Well then. This forest seems so nice. Bony unicorn that we've seen before. We have a lot of spirit powder, so I really should be letting loose with double attacks and such a lot more. Found some medicine, and you finished learning poisoned blades. Oh, it's a passive! Attacks with a weapon dealing slashing or piercing damage may poison the target. Oh, that's such a shame that you're using a blunt weapon, though. God damn it. Oh, then again, we did just get you the lance, though, so... Using a big lance on foot and poisoning things with it. Oh, that's a mental image and a half right there. You know what? I can live with that mental image, honestly. Oh, mushroom goes dancing off into the distance. I could pursue him, but... something else over there, too. We never did see what that, like, lady with the loose hair thing was that was hiding in the bushes on one of the previous floors either. I just remembered that we saw that and we didn't actually find it after we saw it across the way. Is it wasn't the on-up, it was too tall. Huh. Oh, Rotcap's dead. Pouch of sleep powder. That sounds useful to use. Assuming it actually puts things to sleep completely. Rotcap, I think. Over there. Oh no, that's something else. I don't know what that is. Guess we're gonna find out at some point. There's also a fly, but it can't get to me, nor can I get to it. There's a wolf somewhere. It noticed me, so how about we just back up and let that... Yeah. There's the thing we saw in the distance. It doesn't know we're here yet. Dingo notices you? There's yep, doppelganger. Uh-huh. Okay. That's something to keep in mind for the future, then, is this place has doppelganger problems. Now, you are already in reach, so we'll just kill you first, then. Okay, that's hardly Cricket. You're a doppelganger of Dingo, but you've got a lot more health than he does. Bear in mind, we just did 144. Dingo has 174. So clearly there's a bit of a disconnect in the health pool here. If I steal from you, can I get something that I already have? Or you just get nothing. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Wow, that was good damage. And poison. Perfect. It does know his moves, though. He is, like, the worst one to have gotten a doppelganger of, arguably. He could have healed himself, and he also did what I was worried he was gonna do, which was cleave across the whole party and do lots of damage. Actually, wait, hang on. I have an idea. I have a cunning scheme. Archmagi robes. Does make the heal cheaper. Does it make the heal better? It does. So whenever I'm passively healing like this, I should put the robes on for efficiency. Both because it reduces costs and it makes it heal just slightly more. Aha. Don't know why that didn't click in my brain till now, but it didn't. Okay, looking at there, it's a plant with some kind of eye in it. Keeping flora. Oh, and there's a marsh skipper over there that just noticed us too, so I need to kill this fast. Thankfully, it's weak to slashing, as you'd expect from a plant, so it's dead. And we got some spirit powder. Hey, bud. How you doing? You're about to not be doing great. I can tell you that one right now. Some more spirit powder. Very good. And it's dead. So ordinarily, I would have swapped out Sylph for the other human character to have more variety of moves. But these follow-up attacks are just so good. The Martial, the other thing that caused us a problem in the previous run. Bring it on. It's vengeance time, baby. Failed to steal from it. Sad days are here again. And it's dead. We are so much stronger than the previous party was. It is not even funny. There's the thing we kept seeing through the trees. Doesn't know we're here yet. Kiln. Kiln? Yeah, there's no U, so I guess it's more like a kiln. Kiln? I don't know. It's definitely the boss. There's the boss music playing. I'm a little disappointed that it's the same track, but I'm also happy that it's the same track because I like this song. So it's kind of a win and a loss at the same time. I'm gonna steal from him. Hey, a Vial of Azoth, the thing that cures all ailments except unconsciousness. Analyze. So it's a level 7 fantasy. It's got 1,172 attack, 1,172 HP, 9,999 technique points. That's what threw me off when I was reading the health. I got so stumbled by seeing 9999. It's weak to ice and dark, resists fire. It has average stats across the board, pretty much 14 into 12 for most of them, aside from vitality being slightly higher. It's got in keen, in might, in grace, jolt, exercise, pinpoint stab, wild arc, target, curse of electricity, charge, restore, and double attack. So it can buff itself a lot, make us weak to electricity, and zap us, is the main line here. Oh, and we do extra damage and critical hit chance against it now that we've analyzed it too, so that's more useful than I thought. It actually has a function outside of just giving you information. It's made itself more graceful. The unfortunate thing for it is it's gonna die before it gets a chance to actually really use those stats too much. We are very powerful. Boss 2 down. Oh, that's neat how... Look at the lighting going on back there. Just from dithering. Like, it's not even anything else. They're just adding dots, essentially, to make the lighting change. That's actually really nice. Jotting that down in my mental book for the future as a means of doing exactly that. Don't mind me. Once again, the deafening silence after a boss fight, though. You do have 7 points. I think it might be time for you to pick up Mind Blast. And we move the gun around. Obviously, you won't learn it immediately, but you'll finally have a spell to use. There's a little bit left on this floor, but we'll move on. That's when, like, a crazy powerful weapon was down there and I just didn't end up going and getting it. Let's see what this campfire has to offer us. Layer 3. Land devastated by the Magi War. And rest. Nothing happened. Okay. I was curious to see if we were gonna get another character here. We'll put some of our excess stuff away here, so we have room. Don't need all these steel knives. I'm keeping, like, single copies of a bunch of things in case the trader wants them. In case people are like, why are you carrying around so much crap you're not using? Trade fodder. Always keep some trade fodder. I'm gonna put the cutlass away because I don't really want to trade that away, though. I like this whole I have a split stat weapon laying around idea. Oh, it's a desert. With the coloration, I thought we were in an ice area, but it's a desert because there's a cactus right there. So I suppose deserts and ice areas have one thing in common in that they're very desolate and usually full of problems. Doors barred. Okay, so this is probably another floor we can come back to after having proceeded, so that's interesting. Y'all know what I want to say, and I'm not going to say it, it's going to jinx me. But I think multiple of us are thinking it right now. There we go. Signs of life at Desert Mantis. And a failure? Is a mirror going to come up? You can't reach, so you wait. Wait. Oh, you know, that's probably too far even for the spell, actually. Now we can reach it. I am digging the battle music here, though. Oh, you didn't learn it yet. Oh, shotgun it is. That's what I wanted to know, is how much health these things had. Okay, now we fight it properly. Gonna steal from the mantis? Nothing to steal. Ow. Noted, mantises hit hard. Oh, I think I'm starting to understand what these are gonna be. Okay. Oh, there you go. He learned Mind Blast now. Mind Crush. Ooh, it stunned it too. Neat. That's a good chance for us to do some healing while this thing is kind of staggered. Oof. Failure's Dance of Death. It also can put people to sleep. Ugh. Hate this thing. Die. Just die. Ooh, some spirit concentrate. I'm assuming that's a better spirit dust, probably. Yep, 120 TP on use. They're keeping all the toilet paper to themselves. Oh, that's neat. Notice how our overlay colors have changed. I think it changed in the previous area too, but I didn't notice it as much. Like, your entire HUD changes color. So that's why you have the override sprite palette, is because you could set it to one palette everywhere or it'll dynamically change. Okay. I really don't have any excuse for why I didn't notice that it changed in the previous area, because I'm betting it did. So I remember things being fairly green in the previous area, and I just didn't even think about it. Also, you're not supposed to be in... wait, are you supposed to be in the back row? No, you're supposed to be front row. There's only Joseph's supposed to be in the back row. Because he's the only one that's fragile out of this team. Well, I say fragile when he's got 162 hit points, which is more than Sylph has. There we go. Get everybody back to full after that AoE attack. The general traveling music is definitely intended to be unsettling. Set down Pyramid Spider. Okay, it's a patroller. Hate that. Hate what you've just done. Can I reach you? I can. It's a drone. Steal. Dang it. Drone's down. Mind crush. So even though I fogged its mind, it is still summoning things, which makes sense. It is a robot. I don't think it has much of a mind to fog. But you know what? When in doubt, shotgun blast. Ow, the drone has cleave. That's just gonna be a thing going forward, isn't it? Is enemies having a lot of AoE attacks. We need to end combat so I can get closer to this thing. Except it ran away. There we go. We reached it now. Okay, everybody gained a level from that encounter, so that's good. You have 4 points. You have 8. What should I do with your... I could teach you triple attack. Not really interested in coordination. Because it's only a 5% crit chance increase, and I don't think anybody else in the party can learn coordination without me teaching it specifically to them. And I'm not interested enough to use somebody's extra skill slot for that. Because for anybody catching up, these extra skill slots are for what other characters can teach each other. Because anybody can learn anything another character knows, but you can only have 4 of them at a time. Whereas you can have all of these things down here that are actually on their paths. You can learn this entire path, and then a whole other second path. As seen with Wolf here, who has the Hound path from Sylph. I need to get some other paths. Because I would like to teach Joseph specifically a second path. Because I really want him to get some other spells he can use. But we just don't have anybody else that he could learn spells from. The healer is not exactly a great choice, I would say. Got 12 points just sitting here, though. His characters in the camp level up slower, but they do still level up, just like everybody else. So I should have you studying things while you're here so you aren't useless if things happen. Yeah, you have magic attacks. Oh, you have a magic attack. So at the very least, learn that. And we might rotate you into the field just to teach Arc Strike to Joseph, potentially, next time we're at the camp. An upgrade just makes them raise any stat by 2, which is huge. Oh, actually, I keep forgetting that that's a mechanic. Hey, Joseph. No, you don't have enough points. Wolf does have enough points to develop a new skill, though. Because you can take any of your basic skills that you have and develop a completely new skill based on what skill you're selecting. For a cost based on the skill. Like, Poison Blades takes 9, so we're not getting anything out of that. I could get something out of Avoidance or Scavenger, though. And I'm gonna try you off of Scavenger. Developing Swap Position from Scavenger. Well, that's a shame. That's not what I wanted. How about you? I could have you develop something as well. Let's have you develop off of Martial Adept if you can. Learning Pulverize. That sounds like fun. What about you? What do I want you to do? Sylph already developed Flash Strike off of Double Attack before. Actually, Follow-Up Attacker took 11 points to develop something from. We'll just have you gain 2 more points and develop something off of Follow-Up Attacker. Because that seems like it would be so good to get something based off of, since that's the whole reason we have Sylph in the party, pretty much. Desert. Oh my god, look at this thing. You have things to steal? Nope. Weak to piercing, okay. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Ooh, what's this? The trader! I like how they sometimes have different things going on in here. Like they had a gas mask in one of their appearances so far. This one doesn't look that different than the first one, though. Survival. Poor little lambs people lost, prey of the dark. The merchant pauses before hissing on. Mutual helpings. Trade. Give thing of value, take trinkets in return. So about trade thing? So let's see. We could trade the silent dagger for 18 ammo. That's relatively tempting, except I do want to make that silent dagger useful, because it prevents enemy skill activation on strikes, and that seems incredible. Perception Charm is tempting in exchange for the Archmagi robes that I'm not using, but I should actually be putting those to use now that Joseph has an actual magic attack. Winter Coat's useless to us because we already have one. Tome Proliferate, I don't know what Proliferate does, but it usually is like spreading poison and things of that nature in my experience, so that's not something that's too useful to us, and certainly not in exchange for our strongest weapon. So I think this is actually just a set of trades that's just gonna get left behind, unfortunately. Thanks for trying, merchant. That did do something helpful, though, because it reminded me to actually put the Archmagi robes on. Make Mind Blast stronger and make it not cost 18. But in theory, when Joseph gets one more point, we can have him learn a new thing based off of Mind Blast, and that might work out. Drop of lore? Please, sir, just a crumb of lore. The drop of lore, the wisdom of the dead distilled into a single drop. When consumed, permanently increases the character's intelligence by 3. Hey, Joseph, drink up. Now at 19 intelligence. Yes. Yes. To think, this was the run that I was really not thinking was going anywhere, and we've gone way further than the first run where I felt more comfortable. Elixir of Life. Elixir of Distilled Life. These elixirs are often the subject of myth and legend. How they were made is a forgotten secret. Removes all wounds, cures body-type status conditions, and restores all HP and TP. So this is quite literally an elixir. This is an emergency, use this to not die. Which is also probably going to be subject to the usual rules of an elixir, otherwise known as it will never get used. What the hell is that? Some kind of plant monster? Might be some kind of, like, antlion-ish thing? Like a... just a mouth from the floor that just bites your legs off? I don't know. Oh, and there's a scorpion, too. So they're both desert things. One's obviously a desert scorpion, and then there's whatever the hell this is. Desert trap. You know what? That makes sense. You know what I'm thinking? I'm betting this was probably similar to the hidden enemy in the previous area. And it probably wouldn't have... it would have noticed me easier if I hadn't spotted it so early. Probably thanks to awareness. That would make sense. There we go, it's dead. It's only one space away, so we can actually hit it at an angle here. Steal from the scorpion. Damn it. You can tell I feel comfortable here because I'm just stealing from everything, or at least trying to. Vial of Antidote. That'll be nice for when we get poisoned again. Notice the when, not if. Especially with scorpions about. A visor. Assume that's a relic? Yeah. A visor that covers the eyes, revealing the remaining HP of foes while increasing accuracy and critical hit chance. Well, that's kind of redundant in some ways, but the extra critical hit chance is nice, so we'll put the visor on the dog. Speaking of, you have 5 points. Can you develop something off Mind Blast with that? No, you need more because it's a higher rank skill. It's either that or I learned something off Subtlety or Femur Breaker, and I'm not really feeling either of those for you. You're still learning Swap Position and learning to disappoint me. You're still learning Pulverize. I'm saving one more point for developing something bigger for you. Let's have you develop something off of Arc Strike and see what it turns into. Electrocuting Strike. Okay, just a better one. I am down for that. We're just preparing Ornn to just be a very useful character. It's a mummy. Oh wow, it actually is just a mummy. I was expecting a different name for some reason. Slashing is, as expected, their weakness. Probably slashing and fire. We pilfered an emerald. I got the emerald. Wow, we just rinsed this thing. There we go. Swap Position and Pulverize are done being learned. What's the deal with this emerald? Oh, it's just a beautiful gemstone, probably useless within the labyrinth. Great. You know, that does make sense, doesn't it? What's a shiny rock gonna do for you in a dungeon? You can throw it at something. Just kind of like plink off of it though and probably just make it angry. You have another 5 points, but you're out of space. And yeah, Pulverize is a very slow but devastating attack. Since you didn't have a single target attack, this is probably gonna be good to have though. Might start spending your points on upgrading. Unless we find somebody with a path that I really want you to have. Which is possible. I was reckless with my movement. Hello, Mantis. Prepare to perish. Yoink. Nope, still nothing to steal. I'm gonna give up on stealing from the Mantises. I think they just don't have anything. Oh. I think it might have been upset about me saying it had nothing. Considering it just nuked my front line into unconsciousness. So we're gonna walk around till they wake up. And we're just gonna stay where we know there isn't anything that's gonna try to kill us. And then we're gonna put our bodies back together again. I'm not gonna juggle the Archmage robe off of Joseph and onto Dingo for this. It would be a better idea, but that's a little too much inventory juggle. When it wasn't on somebody else, I was willing to do it. Now that it's on another character whom I might forget to put it back onto, it's not a good idea anymore. His max health just goes off the edge. It disappears. Okay, so that's all of our health accounted for. I don't think we... Yeah, we didn't get anything new to think about doing anything with. I have 2 stupid Tomes of Vertigo. It could be worthwhile to teach somebody Vertigo, though, and try to learn something based on Vertigo. That is a possibility. I'm kind of sad we haven't found any other tomes, though. Like, I would have been so happy to find the Tome of Shard Volley we found in the last run in this one. Don't like that. A shop key. Okay. For a moment it was just a sarcophagus, and I guess that might be what that is. That might just be a living sarcophagus. Huh. Dingo attacks Ushabti, dealing 783 impact damage with Pulverize. So... turns out it's worth the 20 TP to use that. Admittedly, that did hit a weakness, so that makes sense that that did so much, but wow. And Joseph gained 1 intelligence, and Wolf gained 1 strength from leveling up, I presume. Yeah, because they have an additional advancement point now, too, so... That's what happened there. Your vitality's still compromised, because you haven't leveled up and gained, really, any. And there's 11 advancement points we needed to develop something off of Follow-Up Attacker, so let's find out what this is. Great momentum from Follow-Up Attacker. I don't know what that does, but that sounds like it'll be great. This place is really neat. With all the crumbling... Yep, I thought I saw eyes. There's a mantis right there. You're gonna ambush me. Unless I ambush you first. Aha! I really should give Dingo back some TP so he can do more. We have so much spirit powder. I also probably should be using some of my pile of bandages as well, instead of just burning his TP constantly. Heavy Wheel of Kalpas. What now? An elaborately painted massive wheel made from wood and iron. Its mandala depicts cycles of death and renewal, from individual to the world. Perhaps it could be used as a weapon. Yeah, you know what? Just wallop them with a wheel. This is fine. You go have fun with that. Means we don't have the benefit of the poison blades anymore, because it's a blunt weapon. But a 100 power strength weapon is kind of impossible to argue with. No, you have so much more in, and you're not really using your physical attacks as a priority move anyway. I was debating giving him the lance, though, because it's double the power. I just don't know how the calculation for your stat growth as far as your weapons go works. So I don't know if power is more valuable than having a high stat for the stat that the weapon goes off of. It really depends on what the calculation looks like as to which would be the better choice. Shield armor. 125, granting a chance to block attacks. Well, that just goes right on you. I don't know what the meaning of heavy armor is. Like, I assume it slows them down, because I feel like Wolf's been going late in the turn order. So I don't really know if I want to put the chain shirt on anybody. I feel like I'll just let Wolf be the one with the heavy armor, and everybody else will stay light. Spirit Concentrate and 2 medicine. Nice. Ice Foci. Ooh, there we go. A tool of mages, elementalist, and thaumaturges. It enhances ice damage. It's just an ice weapon that is based on int, so it's a slight improvement to the warlock one, and it gives us elemental damage finally. Oh, there's another failure coming. So tempted to just pulverize him, but we should be fine. Yeah. We just crushed him with the wheel. Inventory is full. At least it doesn't delete an item when you try to pick one up with your inventory full. Well then. We put a leather jacket away earlier, so we'll throw this leather jacket away. Rapier. Immediately tried to attack the box. 55 piercing dex. Not really exciting either. But that does mean we may as well throw away the steel knife. Keep a space available, you know? Might be worth going back to the campfire to drop stuff off before proceeding, though. In case we want this for whatever reason, like we get another character or we lose stuff somehow. I'm hoarding things, and I know that. Considering I don't know if this game destroys items at any point, or things like that, I'm nervous about that kind of thing happening. I still really dislike these, hey, I'm attacking you after I died things. That, I think, might be my least favorite thing with this game. Especially if they can do something like Dance of Death when they're dying. That's kind of ridiculous. Mind Blast was 9, right? Yeah. Could build something off of Analyze, but I'm not really that into that idea. Up for 7. Yeah, you don't have any room for extra skills anymore. You do have enough points for some attributes, though, and I'm gonna get you some vitality so that number stops being red. No, it's still red. Rip. But more health, which is gonna be important. We do have an ad coming up in a moment, and during that one I might get up for a moment, actually, because I'm starting to get a bit of a headache. So I may take something for that right quick. This also may not be going too much longer. I'm probably gonna, like, ride out this run is the idea. So we'll see what ends up happening. Just in case anyone was wondering about that. Now, admittedly, riding this run out may actually go for a while. So we'll see. Yeah, let's stash some of our extraneous things. Like the extra Vertigo Tome. I'm keeping one of them because it's trade fodder. The trader had wanted the chain shirt as well, so we'll keep that on hand. Put the Warhammer away. And the axe, honestly. We'll keep the sleep powder on hand, same with the Azoth. And the elixir. We're keeping a lot of these things on hand, just not all of them. Some of the more rarer seeming things we'll hang on to is basically the idea that I'm operating under. It's either that or we run back to the stash whenever we find the trader and just pull a bunch of stuff out. Like, here, take these things. Some of these things, any of these things. We do still have one grenade left. Still, that is some more inventory space. We'll go ahead and rest since we're here. Wolf frequently feels that the burden of keeping everyone safe rests solely on their shoulders. Now that's more correct, considering they're the frontliner. Okay, it looks like we're done on this floor. But since the ad is currently in progress, I'm just gonna leave you with the ominous music and be back in a second. I'm not gonna be gone for long this time, just genuinely going, grabbing one thing and being right back. Okay. Is there any other bookkeeping I wanted to do while the ads are running? I don't think so. I'm waiting for 2 more advancement points for you. You don't really have much else you can do. You have room for 1 more skill. But I'm probably waiting for something better? I could get you more stats, though, too. Raise your strength so you just hit harder. Possibly. It is interesting that double attack doesn't say flash attack. Because flash attack was what the other character learned from developing off of double attack, so it might not be set. It might be that you get genuinely just something. Swap position might actually save our life at some point, since it swaps with the monster. If we get, like, pincered in with a bunch of enemies, that might actually be a good move to keep. You know, wearing half of armor is also a thing. Wait, are you? You are a high enough level for hasty. It just would take a lot of points. 11 points for hasty. But decreased turn delay would be nice. But no sense dwelling on it. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Nothing happened. I literally just went and got something for my headache and then was thinking about other changes to make to the characters. And nothing really came of it. It was just a thought. Let's head on over to the stairs down and see what those bring for us. Whether it just gets us killed. These don't look like healthy stairs. Oh, looks like we're actually inside a temple. So this could be really good or really bad for us. It was the 3rd floor of each section that had the bosses, right? Frost Element. This is you. Hi. It's just a Iceman surrounded by a bunch of ice. Okay. Good amount of health on you, so how about a Pulverize? Yeah, that helped a lot. Spirit Concentrate, okay. Just remember, if they don't get to attack, they can't hurt you. Oh, we found a friend. Let's get you out of there, bud. Who are you? Nadir. Senti Robe. You have the ninja path. Okay. Ninjas get Slam, Jolt, Karmic Reflect, Lobotomize, Pinpoint Stab, and Perfect Aim. You also have Ember Strike. Just by default. You could be a really good one for Joseph to learn from, considering you have 2 different elemental attacks. No, they are both actual magic attacks. I needed to double check Ember Strike because that reads like a melee attack that has fire on it, so it could have actually gone either way, potentially. Your gear is rubbish, but that's fine. You are at least level 17 right out of the box. So everybody's roughly the same level except Orn, who's 1 level behind. I could actually have you learn to be a ninja and see what other things ninjas get. Sure. Go ahead and learn ninja. You'll be a ninja healer. And you might actually make the team after that. We'll see. Don't like that. Don't like the look of that at all. Arachnid. That's just a dude hanging out the front of it. I can't tell if they're hanging, like, upside down or if they're just, like, hanging forward that far down. Now, I think that's the hair going over the top there, and obviously those are the eyes. So yeah, they're hanging with their back to you relative to the human part right there. Okay. There's a lot of them, too. Hate that for me. Ironically enough, the one in front of us, I think, is the one that's unaware of us. Actually, no, because we would have crit it. I think it's this one, then, that's unaware. Oh, that one's dead. Great momentum's done being learned. The corner is blocking the attack. Well, piss. Oh, this is in the way, apparently. Hi. Anyway, correcting that mistake. Steal? Hey, Spirit Concentrate. And it's dead. Those things are not that strong. Like, they probably hit hard, but they're fragile. And we do also hit really hard and hit a lot. Another Stell. Under the eternal loving gaze of unintelligible, Ulgrilin swears covenant. They in their blood shall bear its brand until secrets of the dead are theirs, and may they draw upon the blessing of the very helpful. Took a long while to understand the Stell, and the party feels oddly inspired. We have received the blessing of Okay, learn something based off Mind Blast. Cannot teach this skill to self. What? Ah. Well then. Can't learn whatever Mind Blast turns into myself. Interesting. So that entire plan just went out the window. Could have you learned Telekinetic Weapon? No. No, I think I have a new plan. I think we learn Cauterize. And then we try to develop something based off of Cauterize. Maybe that'll teach him a fire skill. I don't know if that's gonna work out at all, but it might. Still don't know what to do with you. For you. Really, I don't know what to do with any of you. Oh yeah, you learned Slam, Martial Adept, Double Attack, Pulverize, Toxic Sting, and Bushin. So you can create mirror images. So that's neat. That's a guaranteed dodge against one attack that is dodgeable. And Electrocuting Attack is just moderate electrical damage instead of small amounts of electrical damage. Fair enough. That right there is what I would commonly refer to as a problem. I don't know if it's a problem, but it looks like a problem. Hi. Oh, it's a robot. You know, I wasn't sure if it was some kind of like big flesh golem at first. Now I see what it is, and I see what all the red on it was. I wasn't sure if those were like heads coming off the side, so those were eyes. No, they're cannons. They're cannons. I don't know if this is better or worse. Anyway, I'm beat it up now. It's a war golem, and it's got a lot of health, so Pulverize. There goes half that health. And it's already nearly dead. Mind Crush. There we go. Problem solved. What am I looking at here? Mnemonic or something? Oh, Mnemnophage. Okay. So it's like some kind of memory eater? So mnemonic's meant to help you with memory. That seems similar. Ugh. Nope, don't like that. No, sir, I don't like that. A ripsaw? Okay. 65 slashing. A saw sword with a jagged edge. Bit of troublesome to use. But may cause profuse bleeding. 8. Well, the cuts from it'll be anything but neat, but you know. I'm just gonna raise your strength for now, so I don't have to think too much about what you're doing here. 2 more strength will make a good difference for your attacks. Another one of you? Okay. Die. The second something attacks us from out of our range, we're in trouble. That's exactly the kind of thing I would have been afraid of for hitting us at distance as a lich. We thankfully ran into it, so it's not as big a problem. Crush his mind. Oh, he was not that impressed by that. But he still died. Cauterize is done. Develop something based on cauterize. Incinerate. There you go. Now we're talking. Found the merchant. What do you got? Emerald for an inconspicuous ring, which reduces chance of being targeted. Shield armor for flame shroud. Particular shroud of cloth that looks charred and emanates warmth. Any open flame is quickly devoured by it. Provides immunity to fire, but vulnerability to ice. No, not in exchange for the shield armor. And again, I like this merchant, but they're really trying to scam me here by trying to get me to trade my only gun for ammo. The Blood Magi Talisman for the Ripsaw, though, is tempting. I'm gonna take the Inconspicuous Ring because the Emerald's not being used. And I'm not really gonna use the Ripsaw too much, so the Talisman for that is a pretty good trade, too. I tell you what, we'll make that trade. Rest of that is gonna stay. Bye. Should have talked to you. God damn it. Well. Yeah, the idea is we give you the talisman, so when you use your mind attacks, you're gonna do a lot more. And we give the oh no, the dog has the visor now. I was gonna give the dog the shotgun because it'd be funny. Yeah, you know what? Give a dog a shotgun. And instead of the lucky coin, you'll go ahead and use the inconspicuous ring there, Dingo. So things are less likely to try to eat you. Because things love to attack Dingo. And since Dingo's our only healer, we need Dingo to live. Downside, of course, being Dingo has the second highest HP pool on the team. So that could back... What are you? Enigmatic Mage. Don't like that. Don't like that, which I do not understand. No, I do not. Gonna kill it now. Gonna rob it, and it's dead. I think I'm just getting really lucky that I'm running into these things in close quarters. Is one of the things from a Steam review I saw mentioned one of these mage enemies. I forget which one it was. It might even have been the Enigmatic Mage. Apparently it deleted somebody's party from down a hallway. So that's why I've been on edge about hallways that are long for this whole run so far. We've been managing to avoid being spotted enough that it's actually been kind of working out. Because I think I'm moving aggressively enough that a bunch of things are just not having time to spot me before I'm on them and already ripping them a new one. Because we were moving with caution at first, and that was really not working out very well. So that's why I'm just, like, charging things at this point, in the hopes that I startle them, essentially, and it's been kind of working. Let's pick that lock. Oh, that lock was too good. Well, just break the thing open then. Black Flame Crescent. What now? Ooh, a short double-edged sword shaped like a sickle. Its edge shimmers with flame-like darkness. Its wielder becomes more attuned to darkness. It's a dex int weapon that does dark damage. Hey, Joseph, you know that ice thing you have? Throw that away. Take this. 70 power is way better. And even though he's only got a little bit of dex, it's still better than just plain int, presumably. Since it's dex plus int, not like dex slash int or anything. We're doing this bit again, huh? Where you summon little friends that get in my way before I come over there and trash you. Okay, that's 3 range, so I can't even close the... You shot me? I don't appreciate that. The reason why I full stopped there, by the way, was I thought there was another enemy that I didn't see, so I was immediately just scanning the mini-map like, wait a minute. Is there another? There wasn't. A long hallway, okay. Okay. There's multiple ways up and down. This is where we came in from, down here on the bottom right. So this probably leads to another one of those barred off doors. So let's go check that. Yep. I still don't understand the point to these. Like, it's neat and all that we can go back, but why... Is it like an in case you're in a unwinnable situation down here, you can retreat, regroup up there, and loop around, maybe? Because that would be useful in some cases. Let's save that well for when we're in worse shape. We're actually in pretty decent shape right now. Except there's nothing else for us to do here, so I guess we may as well chug from the well and then move on with our lives. I'm waiting for one of these times this well is gonna be poisoned instead of being good, and it probably will have like a subtle difference in the text that I'm gonna not read, and then my party dies. Time for the boss floor of this section. Oh boy. Lots of holes. Oh, we're just going right to it. Ha 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 ha. There's 3 of them. Yikes. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve, right? I'm using everything I got. Yep, I sure am. Okay. I might be able to throw a grenade from here. I don't know what kind of range those have. Okay, using it that way looks like it uses it on myself, so let's not do that. I could immediately go into combat mode and try to, like, mind crush one of them, but I feel like based on the giant cannon pointed at me, that might not be my wisest idea. The only alternative strategy I can see here is if I sidestep around and like attack the mage looking one from the side, but I assume they can occupy the same tile with each other, so that probably wouldn't amount to anything. So let's just step in. Caspar notices you, but the other 2 don't, including the one right in front of us. Caspar appears to be the mage. I don't see a question mark there, and I see the edge of a question mark there. So let's focus on the ones that don't see us yet. Pulverize? Okay. I'm curious though. Caspar. Ow! I didn't get to finish reading that. guess I can't look at that anymore. Oh, that sucks. I didn't touch anything and it just kicked me out of that menu when I got attacked. They also buffed themselves, so they all have increased strength. Never did finish learning Incinerate. Ow. Wait. Okay. It almost looked like we got buffed too, because I saw the arrows appear down here, and I was like, wait a minute, did I get buffed too? So they buffed up their strength and their perception so far. We can kill you, so there's only 2 of them now. Got a barrier scroll off of him. Let's kill the mage next, because I assume he'll be the next easiest one to get rid of, and then we'll deal with the tanky looking one last. And haste, so they have more speed. Oh no, that's mass sleep. We are all sleepy times. Okay, you woke Wolf up, that's great. Perish. That was a meteor. Woke us all up, but, ow. Bingo, start healing people, please. Okay, it's just 4-on-1 now, and we're unlikely to receive additional meteor strikes. Oh, it's Sylph, that's why. I was like, why can't I use items? Because doggo no item use. Medicine for you. Oh, it's only 75? I was hoping for 100. Ugh. This is bad times central here. This might be where the party starts to fall apart. He seems to be countering as well. Or it just keeps happening to do double attacks in return. Now he says right there, strikes back, so that's why Sylph's in such bad shape. Joseph, you're one of the few that is actually in good shape, so start helping people out here. We're just gonna do like a healing circle for a second here. Yeah, I know he's gonna heal, but he wasn't missing that much health anyway. Analyze. Okay, it didn't take away the menu that time. So he's level 16, weak to fire, dark, and eldritch. He nullifies ice, poison, and light. Resists mind, 2,400 hit points. Got mass dampener, mass and keen, mass and might, mass and vigor, major heal, and counter. So yeah, I was right. Every attack's gonna get countered. Which means things like double attack are a lot more risky. Use slam instead then. Ignore armor. You're resistant to Mind, so Mind Blast is not good here either. They are weak to dark, though, so you should be attacking, because you have their weakness. Joseph, since he's going to be our meal ticket here to a certain degree, based on that information. Unfortunately, he's in the right spot, so I can't see his health bar, but I know it's probably down to like half-ish. You defend this turn because you're almost dead. You can't use an item. I'm gonna risk you double attacking. See if we can just push this through. Yep, that's what I figured was gonna happen. Perfect. And yeah, his health bar is pretty low. Hit him with a pulverize. End this. Nice. That's 3 bosses without a loss so far. I'm pretty happy about that, but oh, that got dicey. Down. Actually, let me make sure there's no boxes. No, we'd see them actually on the map, so there's no... Onward we go! Ooh, look at this place. Kind of palace. Definitely need to rest. Nadir obsesses over their gear. Yep, we've seen that message for somebody else before. Put some more stuff in the stash. Definitely keeping the dampener and the barrier scrolls on hand. And put the warlock quill away. Hang on to the one ammo. Put the grenade away. We're not likely to end up using it. Not entirely sure about the color set here, admittedly. A little bright for my tastes. But it works for what it is, so not really gonna complain. There's the merchant immediately. Let's see. Give me ammo for the rapier. The counter tome for the blood magi talisman, which is tempting. Tome of Iron Body for the trench gun. You know, we'll actually take that trade because we're not really using the trench gun anymore and we basically have no ammo. And yeah, you know, counter's gonna be so good. Give me that. Sad to lose the talisman, but I feel like that's a better trade. Now we have a couple new abilities to hand out. You still have a space, and you're getting counter. His counter is going to be really good for you to have. Iron Body would probably be best for one of you two to have as well. It's just no room. There's no room on Sylph either, because Sylph could have used Iron Body as well, but it just doesn't work. Oh, that's what Great Momentum does. Resets turn delay to 0 if an action kills. That's ridiculous. That just means dog attack, ha ha ha. Dog attack, ha ha ha. Just keeps going. We don't have any room for skills anymore. That's our big problem at this point, is we're running out of room for people to learn anything. That visitor, huh? Okay. Oh, interesting. Everyone is here. Swap the current character out with an inactive ally. Interesting. This might be the last floor then. Interesting. Got some spirit concentrate. Put it to sleep and immediately woke it back up. Way to go, guys. Great work, team. Shard volley. Oh, that caused some bleeding. But it's okay, it's dead. Let's get rid of that bleed, though, shall we? I should have had somebody else use it on him. Oh yeah, you don't have a thingy anymore. Go ahead and use the lucky coin. Know who to give Iron Body to. Oh, you did finish learning Incinerate. Incinerates the target with an intense heat. 13 cost, range 2. That's cheaper than Mind Blast, so might start using that all the time. An important question, though. Yeah, you can learn from everybody now. Beautiful. Now that you have an Incinerate, I don't know how much I actually want to learn any of the other stuff. Jolt has high damage variance, so I don't know how to feel about that. We have a fire move, so we're not taking Ember Strike anymore. You can't quite get Electrocuting Strike yet, so I think that might be the thing, though, is we wait for enough AP to get Electrocuting Strike. This way he has more damage types to use. Or we have him pick up heal from somebody as his last thing. So honestly, you can go ahead and forget Femur Breaker. You're never going to use it. So that gives him some more wiggle room as well. Is there anything I want you to learn that you might be able to pass to somebody else? Armoric Reflect would be good if I had a dedicated, like, taunting tank to use that with. Lobotomize we've had in the past, and I'm not that jazzed about that. No, I think we're pretty good, honestly, with what we have. Like, aside from teaching Joseph more spells, basically. Cloaked notices you. Oh! Huh. You sure are cloaked. Incinerate. That did pretty good. 327 fire damage is nothing to sneeze at. It's on par with our strong physical attackers, so... Counter's done being learned. We're taking a bunch of poison damage. Oh, he attacked before I activated combat, that's why. I pressed the start combat button and took a bunch of damage. I was like, oh, new mechanic? No. It was just he got an attack off as I started combat. Just heal through the poison a bit there. It's unfortunate that we never got a better healing ability. Same thing again? Yeah, it's the same hungers for sacrifice thing. No, thank you. It also was promising strength again, which we don't especially need. Barrier scroll. Flying brain. Oh, and in case anybody's worried that if I end up getting like a win here, that you'll have seen everything this has to offer, do bear in mind it has difficulty modifiers and things like that, so you'd still have quite a bit to work with, even then. And, you know, coming through with different party compositions and all of that as well. Do I want to teach you any of these paths? Because I'm betting we're not getting any other characters at this point, so actually, yeah, go ahead and pick up the healer path. You'll get heal, taunt, femur breaker again, minor mass heal, which is gonna be great, and debilitate, which is vertigo, mind fog, blindness, frailty, and atrophy. Just knock down all their statistics at once. Yeah, that works. You will go ahead and pick up the ninja path, which will give you slam, jolt, femur breaker, poison blades, lobotomize, and tetra attack as options. Okay. You will pick up Sylph. We could have you be a mirror wolf, pretty much. Be hound soldier instead of soldier hound. Since everybody else is busy. Wait. No, I need to try this for the memes. Yep, that does work. You can be Hound and learn more moves that Hound has, including the clone ability for some reason. Okay, sure. Ooh, Rote. Remove all damage variants from attacks and increase accuracy. Just memorize what your attack's supposed to do and just do it all the time. That's kind of nifty. I actually like that you can double path, though. That's actually kind of nice. Pop open this box, get a wire crown. Not sure how I feel about that. That seems painful. A hat constructed out of wire and welded metal bits. While it looks ridiculous, it might grant sight beyond eyes. Unfortunately, it conducts electricity rather well. Let's see what that actually does. Now, it didn't allow an intelligence increase, but you know what, Joseph? Go ahead and wear the funny hat. Wear the more or less tinfoil hat. It'll probably be fine. Oh, it is fine. It lets us detect enemies through walls. I'm receiving the signals. Oh my god, what is this? An Ithian. Okay. There's so many weird enemies down here. I'm very intrigued by these designs. But also incinerate. Whoop. Dingo is nearly dead, despite having the inconspicuous ring. They're like, oh, fuck this guy. Position heal thyself. Level up. Okay, it looks like they've learned their new paths rather quickly, too. You don't have enough advancement points to learn heal yet. You could start learning some stuff from down here, but none of this is anything I really wanted that badly, other than hasty, if I'm honest. You're kind of good with what you've got. I think I'm just gonna save up for poisoned blades for you as well, since you got the slashing claws. And probably just go from there. Or for you, and... yeah, I think the same case is here. Wait, you have an extra skill slot now because Die Hard was on the second Hound thing. So that's actually huge. What do I want you to learn? I could actually move Diagnose over onto Sylph. No, because that's not taking up an extra slot. Could move Scavenger over, and then I wouldn't have to use that slot. That could be a move. I like that they specifically tell you does not stack for that. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the move. We move Scavenger over to Sylph, and then give Iron Body to Wolf. I think that's gonna be our best choice here. Another visitor. Rob the alien. Ice armor, huh? Increases armor, melts when hit with fire damage. You're lucky you did that right after I set you on fire. But hey, burn again. No more armor for you. Our TP pools are big enough now that I can just spam double attacks at all times. It is fascinating to see the two sides of what's happened here, though. We had a run that died in Area 2, and now a run that's in Area 4, back to back here. So, safe to say this game's got some pretty hefty variance to how it can end up playing out, depending on how your setup is. Okay, Sylph's finished learning Scavenger, so... oh wait, Scavenger was part of Soldier. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's not helpful. I wasted points. No! Well, go ahead and forget the thing you just learned, Sylph. That's an oopsie. Oh well. At this point, I'm gonna go ahead and forego swap position then instead. Oh, you do get a point back, it seems. Because he got 1 point from forgetting swap position. Neat. I could have you develop something with 9 points. Instead of going for Iron Body. Develop something off Poison Blades, I'm curious. Poison Blood? Interesting. I wonder if that poisons things that attack him. Because that could actually be so cool. If you're wondering, yes, I am purposely being extra reckless at this point. To see what's gonna happen. Because I kind of want to put this party's strength to the test. Oh boy. I think I got exactly what I was wishing for as far as putting this party's strength to the test a bit. Or not. Okay, as expected, fire damage heals a salamander. That's good to know. Mind Crush instead. It's weak to mind damage. Still killed it. Got a little scary there with the fireball that happened, but we got through it. You only have 4 points. You can pick up heal, though. Or I wait until you can get minor mass heal. No, pick up regular heal. Your intelligence will probably make it more effective than Dingo's healing, so it'll be worth you having that. I think I was saving up for Poison Blades for you. And you're just sad now because I made you waste points. Subtlety wouldn't have been a bad thing to pick up either. Could give you Rote. That's a skill that's actually within your pool. We'll think about that. Another visitor. It is interesting how the music only kicks in after you actually, like, attract the attention of the thing you're fighting. Like, while they're unaware, the combat music doesn't kick in yet. Poison Blood. Blood is poisonous, grants immunity to poison damage and conditions, and inflicts poison on attackers when taking slashing or piercing damage. Yeah, that's what I figured, with the bonus of being immune to poison. That's very powerful for him to have, actually. No need for Iron Body for you. That means, actually... Yeah, we'll use that extra slot on Sylph for Iron Body, then. Skill cannot be taught. Never mind. Sylph can't learn Iron Body. Okay, Dingo, I guess you're learning Iron Body, then. Just give up Avoidance, I guess. We can pick it back up from somebody if this doesn't work. Nope. He was able to learn it. We'll find out later what Iron Body actually does. And we will upgrade you with more Vitality. There we go. No longer red Vitality. Did you learn heal yet? You did. Let's see if your heal's better. You heal for 208. Yeah, your heal's better. Your heal's a lot better. Holy shit. So heal definitely scales with intelligence. Definitely scales with intelligence, and I see why they didn't give you other heal abilities now, because you don't need them. Properly scaled heal is ridiculous. 3 cost for 200 HP is absurd. The entire cost is basically just the fact that you're spending a turn if you're using it in combat. So it's basically just an opportunity cost. There's lots of pyramid motifs going on here. And triangles. Cultist Husk. Okay. I assumed it was just gonna be a cultist, but it's the husk of one, which is a bit interesting. Anyway, he's dead. I should probably get you some spirit juice in ya. Just the spirit powders for now, because we have so many of them. And we didn't get a recharge when we got to this floor. So I'll just pass that around and get everybody's energy back. Give us back some inventory space. Since everything seems to be giving spirit concentrate now. That's a pool, okay. So it's like some kind of weird pyramid cult down here that apparently found aliens. I wonder if there's variation in some of these areas, like you can end up with different places. Party approaches a strange pillar. The air grows ominous around it. They can sense it drawing power from an unknown source. There's an inscription on the pillar. Life and death are entwined within grace. Even as Kalpas turn, it remains immaculate and eternal. It might be possible to damage the pillar to render it inert. Break the pillar! The party manages to damage the pillar. Something within it breaks, and the ominous air begins to ease. I don't know what that did, but I did it, I guess. Pillar is inert. Oh, it's a lich, just in a different color scheme. I'm gonna rob you. We stole his robes. We got another robe of the Archmagi out of that. Just ripped the robe right off him. What am I looking at here? A Kekri. Okay. Yep. That. You got some legs that aren't working too well there, bud. Like, those legs aren't touching the ground. And I'm assuming those are the start of legs forming there, and they're not useful yet. They're more like vestigial legs at the moment. But, you know, you do you. Oh, it's got a reflection aura. Ow. Yeah, lost like half of Dingo's health and Sylph died to reflection damage already. Or at least went unconscious from it. Ow. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, it has fireball. Oh, we're in trouble. This has taken a very drastic turn. Wait, why do we have two different elixirs of life? Did we get a second one? Huh. Medicine. Ow! Well, the medicine was useless, as it turns out. Used one medicine, immediately got destroyed. But it's dead. We got through it. And what does Iron Body do? Grants resistance to body-based status conditions and attacks. Yay! Well, that was a waste of a book. But now we know. Okay, everybody's back on their feet, so let's get their health bars back. Holy hell, that thing was a problem. Damage reflection is, as it turns out, the one weakness of a party whose main thing is hit it really hard. It's nice to see that there was something that could still threaten me like that, though. Oh, it's talking to me. Harvester, hush, children. Your sacrifice is not without a purpose. I don't like that you're talking to me. I like even less that I didn't do much damage to you. Pulverized did 600, and you'll notice the health bar didn't move much. Analyze. I got to see the fact that it has a lot of health, and then it nearly killed Dingo in one hit. Huh. I was kind of banking on Incinerate doing more than that, I'll be honest with you. Just keep attacking it. We're faster than he is, at least. dingo. Soul Siphon. Oh my god. Wait, why did it do so much? Oh, it had 2 turns. It Soul Siphoned and then used Ripper. Okay. The bright side, he poisoned himself for that, so that's nice. Mind Crush. No, that was not that impressive. But he's dead. Woo! I got spikes. Might be more path over here, actually. There he is. There's another pillar. The Sea of Suf, source and destination of everything. The grace stands upon its shores, drinking upon its unending power. Smash the pillar. Smash the pillar. I'm assuming breaking all of these is probably going to make the fight at the end of this easier, and if I left these intact, it'd probably be much harder. Or there'd be a barrier in the way preventing me from getting to it or something. There's Salamander. Okay. We know not to set this on fire this time, so this shouldn't be too bad. Crunch. Mind Crush. I don't know why Joseph sometimes gets double turns, but I'm happy for him. Kind of surprised I never ended up changing out any party members throughout all this adventure. We just kind of rolled with whomever we picked up, and we just stuck with it, because they were actually good. Sif got poisoned. There you go. Antidote for the doggo. And we're gonna go ahead and give you a spirit concentrate while we're in the menus. And then use you heal. As soon as Joseph has enough points, we're definitely getting mass heal. There's another pillar. The dead dream of warmth, cold and thunder. By grace, power made manifest, dream turned into reality. Reality this. Another Lich, that's not too big a deal. Pulverize. Vestment of Immortality, you say? Ooh, interesting. The fear of death is a constant. These vestments were crafted by Ulrich of Earth, an ancient necromancer said to have lived to the ripe age of 300. Whenever the wearer would die, they instead lose 2 vitality, then permanently lose 20% of their max health to restore twice that amount. If their vitality falls below 3, death claims them instantly. Go ahead and wear that, Dingo. That'll be funny. Because you can die 7 times before that. Actually, no, not 7 times. Only 6 times. His 6 times will be 12 vitality lost, which will put him down to 3. And then he cannot die again or it's over. Why do I suddenly have 2 Discord notifications of each other? Oh. And I will respond to that in a bit here. Pulverize. Mind Crush. Stab the thing. Ooh, I was right about there being a barrier, it looks like. But I did break all the things I needed to. Okay. Use the well to heal. Very nice of them to give me a pair of wells to heal from. I assume basically if you're in shambles by the time you get here the first time to realize the door is there, you could heal with the first one. And then you heal again when you come back around. So So is this just the boss? This is a boss. What has drawn you to these shores? The dead laid you upon our Thysiastery. By covenant of the brand, you should have given your life. Let us guide you to eternity. Voice of the Labyrinth uses consecrate pillars. At least this has unique music. We're doing solid damage immediately, so this might not be as hard as it would seem. Analyze. Oh, I can't analyze it. Joseph cannot discern the nature of Voice of the Labyrinth. Well, if I can't understand it, I'ma burn it. Sin and punishment. Yikes. Also, I'm gonna snooze the ad because, I don't think you're gonna want to miss what's happening here. But I don't think I'm finishing this fight before the ads run. Mind Blast. You can confuse him. Okay. He is no longer confused, though. Exalt. Oh, that's all the stats. Uh-oh. Just keep hitting him. Yeah, we keep canceling our own confusion because he gets hit. Okay, banish, and there's all of my stats getting sent to hell. Ow. Chaos. Sylph. Ow. It's kind of unfortunate how our strategy boils down to 3 out of 4 of us just double attack until the thing dies. Well, 2 out of 4 of us double attack and 1 of us pulverizes. And then the other one has a laundry list of things to do. Nihil. Ow. You know, I'm no longer sure about winning this fight. And I don't know if this counts as elemental damage with light and dark, but I'm gonna go ahead and put the barrier up in the hopes that that does something good. I should have done that sooner, but I only thought of it now. Oh, wow, the healing is a lot weaker now. Oh no, that was Dingo healing. On that note, I actually healed Dingo. Dingo is more valuable at the moment. We could use our elixirs of life, but we're not so bad off to need them yet. Oh, that was another debuff. Okay. I was like, that didn't do damage? Oh, you can restore, huh? Hate that. Just keep hitting him. Void Spiral. This is going okay. Wolf is nearly dead, so just heal him again. I'm glad I chose to heal him when I did. Oh, he is unconscious, though. I didn't see that past the text menu. That's a problem. That means that heal was worthless. Heal yourself on that note, Joseph, because you're the only one. Yeah. Sylph is dead? Oh! Okay, that's good. When somebody dies in this fight, somebody jumps in to replace them. I don't know if that would have happened earlier or not. And you come in with focus, so that's cool. Well, go ahead and just go electrocuting strike then. Dingo. He's really trying to kill the unconscious wolf, which is pretty funny. You're really not doing much with that, but you know what? Just do what you can. What did that text say? Oh, lost all their things, and Wolf's barrier is gone. Charging up their next attack. Actually, you can go ahead and start healing. This way, you can focus on attacks. Oh, there's Nihil. Wolf is dead now. Nadir's here. Y'all don't have any good gear, so you're gonna be nowhere near as effective. But just do what you can. You're still doing enough by being here. It's almost dead. One more incinerate. Yeah! Cease. Foolish children rejecting our gift. Go, rot in sunlight as you desire until your ashes are swept by the sea. Boop, 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 boop. We won? I guess? That doesn't really seem like winning. The world convulses, the phantasmagoria fracturing as the survivors are forcibly ejected from the labyrinth. All vision compresses into a vast kaleidoscope, each pattern reflecting dead and lost memories. It all then vanishes into a single point in the darkness before being conquered by moonlight. Those who made it out alive emerged on the surface. Souls of the fallen were lost forever. Wolf, killed by voice of the labyrinth. Sylph, killed by voice of the labyrinth. Only 2 casualties through that entire run. Their struggles were, however, not in vain. They will not be forgotten as long as survivors carry their legacy. Difficulty rank 100. Turns taken 3,777. Steps taken 3,481. Tiles revealed 3,432. Monsters killed a nice even 120. Allies recruited 6. Allies lost 2. Streak 1. There you go. We actually got a winning run as well. That's a hell of a thing. So that game, once again, is right there on that specific page. And we will go ahead and get out of here. 4 hours in and getting a win, I think that's a great spot to stop, considering this was meant to show off the game. As I said before, I very much enjoyed this game, and I do highly recommend picking it up, even though you've now seen the main loop. Obviously, there is more to it because you could do it at higher difficulties, and I'm betting there's going to be other paths to take and things like that. This doesn't strike me as being as simple as it appeared there, especially not with how that ending played out. But I do see that my target is still live, so let me just check to make sure that they're not on an ending screen. Nope, they're still going. So we have our target. What? What? I'm not allowed to be. Did I change in their name? Hang on. Something's being weird here. Would not be the first time where Twitch has been weird lately, though, so I'm just double checking. Did you change your name? And I wasn't paying enough attention to notice that, because I was literally just on your page a second ago to check to make sure you were still live. Okay, yeah, there is a slight change to your name. That's why. There we go. So we're gonna go raid Crimson Star VT, who used to be ex-Crimson Star. So that's why I got confused. For those of you that have been around for a while, you know Crimson has been a long-time friend of mine, so considering she's re-debuting today, obviously I wanted to send a raid over there. And she's also been away for a while, so double reason there, or more or less. So I'm going to go ahead and get that queued up. And of course, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here, as always. We will be back on Monday with something, considering I'm taking a break from the RPG loop for a week rather. And then we'll do Dark Souls on Tuesday, We have a Super Battle Golf collab on Thursday, and then we will figure out from there beyond Terraria on Friday. Thank you all again. Be good to Crimson. She is good people, and I will see you next time. Good night, everybody.